Good.
So if everyone could start their video. Thank you. Good.
Everyone have a secretary ballot in front of them. Did I miss anybody? Right. Okay. Let me know if you're missing one.
And Chris, Josh, we ready?
Yes, they're live.
All right, thank you. Order the August 12th, sorry.
Scared me.
Little strong.
August 12th, 2022 board meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 8:32. As a reminder for stakeholders, particularly upon via a secondary device like a computer, tablet, or a phone, please mute it in the background. It'll help prevent feedback and any echoing, and also keep Dan, Josh, and Chris from pulling their hair out. For board members, please say your name when commenting, and I will also announce the names of board members when addressing them on first and second motions for the minutes. Dr. Burke, would you mind reading the mission, please?
The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. Roll call, Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, sir. Dr. Linda Burke,
Present.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Present.
Miss Lois, Miss Lori Jones,
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Present.
Miss Lois Palermo,
Present.
Dr. George Kirsch, present, Miss Catherine Sis,
Absent.
thank you, and Dr. David Yu.
Present. Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
Yep, we have it.
Great. And just please let the minutes reflect that Dr. Miss Catherine Sisk is absent for this meeting.
So I will not call her name on any vote.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is the proposed written minutes, and they are in your packet. I'm trusting that you all had a chance to look at them. Do we have any motion? Dr.
I have a correction.
Oh, yes, please.
So it says that I was present, but I wasn't present. It also says that I'm absent. So if we can make that correction.
Oh,
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
okay.
So with those noted corrections.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for catching
Okay,
that.
so do I hear a motion, any other corrections or, okay, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch motions, and do we have a second? Dr. McNeil? Any further discussion? See none. Show of hands and say aye for those in favor of the motion to accept May 13th, 2022 minutes as amended.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed, same sign. The vote is unanimous to accept. Thank you, board. So next on the agenda is the nominations for board secretary. As you know, 100.4, one of the charges is for the board to elect a secretary to serve a one-year term. And do we have any nomination for board secretary? Dr. Melcher.
I'd like to nominate Miss Lori Jones.
Miss Lori Jones is nominated. Do we have another?
I'd like to
Kirsch?
nominate Dr. Robert McNeil.
Dr. McNeil and Ms. Lori Jones have been nominated for board secretary. Any other? See none. So at this time, if we can have board members write their votes, and we'll have Wendy collect the votes, and Ms. Nichols will tally.
Right.
But I must have got your cut and pasted there.
We have 10, not 12 or 13 in that. Okay, Trump. While she
I'm
is,
still.
while she is down, though, I wanted to thank y'all for, I've been secretary now for almost 5 years, 4 years. You know, this is one of my last meetings, so it's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with all of y'all. It really has. This is a great board and
And
a
you've
great
been
team.
awesome secretary.
Yeah,
George.
thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
We'll miss you, but you know.
I can't say that I'm gonna miss you. I'll be fishing, hurting my wrist some more. No.
So now, does that mean you finish out this meeting as secretary, or do you have to move down to the end of the table?
I think I'll stay right here, but whoever gets elected will be secretary and do roll calls from here on out. Yeah, my obligation is done.
Underwood.
I'm teasing you.
Thank you, George.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Be a
you.
good
I've enjoyed
secretary.
it. George.
Big shoes to fill.
Wrote your name down.
Just muscle memory at this point.
Yeah.
I just think you're.
Gosh, Dr. McNeil, we had to give everybody else a standing ovation at that
Oh,
meeting.
you're not wrong. We did get a little exercise. Day. You were up and down.
Well, the official tally, are you guys ready? Dr. McNeil is our new secretary.
Oh,
So congratulations. Any comments? Concerns?
You didn't have
So you want to finish?
Congratulations.
Now you behave.
All right, we ready to keep going on this meeting or we're done?
Yeah.
So the next agenda item is Ms. Studdard, if you wouldn't mind leading discussion on agreed settlement orders.
Yes, so the agreed settlement orders are in your materials and board staff is requesting that you approve these orders as presented.
Right. So just a reminder, when discussing or motioning a specific case, please only specify the case number. Do I hear a motion to approve agreed settlement orders? Dr. Henderson motions and Dr. Kirsch seconds. Any discussion? See none. Show of hands in favor of agreed settlement orders as presented and say aye.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Let's call roll.
Okay, just be Dr.
Sorry.
We know it starts already. Dr.
Oh, I do finish out?
It's up to you. I mean, when we had
I
talked
would
about.
love George to finish
Yeah.
out. More work out. You just thought you were getting.
You don't mind.
Okay, Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Four.
Ms. Laura Jones,
4.
Ms. Yvonne Maldonado,
I'm abstaining.
okay, Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Four.
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Or
Dr. George Kirsch in favor, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
All right, we have 9 fours, 1 abstaining.
Great.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you, board. So next is remedial plans. Again, when discussing or polling a specific case, please indicate just the case number. Do I have a motion to approve remedial plans as presented? So Dr. Maldonado and seconded by Dr. Kirsch again. So any discussion on these remedial plans? I see none. Show of hands in favor of approval of remedial plans as presented, say aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Seeing none. Motion to accept the remedial plans carries unanimously. Thank you, board. And I need, okay, so next is agreed administrative penalties, and Ms. Studdard, I should let you get started on that.
Thank you. It's same request. Board staff is requesting that the board approve the agreed administrative penalties as presented.
Thank you. And do we have a motion to approve agreed administrative penalties? Dr. Burke, motion seconded by Ms. Jones. Show of hands for approval of agreed administrative penalties as presented. Raise your hand and say aye.
I,
Aye. So all in favor has been approved unanimously and motion carries. Ms. Stoddard, would you,
Yes.
consent orders?
Yes, we have two consent orders. Board staff is requesting that the board approve those as presented.
Do I hear a motion to approve consent orders as presented? Ms. Palermo and seconded by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion? Seeing none. Show of hands in favor of approval of consent orders as presented. Okay. Opposed, same sign, saying none, and motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Stoddard's pre-ISC recommendations.
Yes, the pre-IC recommendations of dismissal are in your materials. Board staff is requesting that the board approve those as presented.
Do I hear a motion to approve pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal? Ms. Palermo motions and seconded by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion? See none. All in favor of approval of pre-IC recommendations for dismissal, raise your hand and say aye.
I,
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, board. Ms. Stoddard, post-ISC recommendations of
Board
dismissal.
staff is again requesting boards to approve the post-ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
So there are two volumes, and obviously, if you want to discuss or motion to pull a specific case, please say only the case numbers. Do I hear a motion to approve post-ISC recommendations of dismissal? Dr. McNeil motions and seconded by Dr. Henderson. Any discussion? See none. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
I,
Unanimous, thank you. Motion carries. And we do not have any modification orders nor specific orders, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Stoddard, next would be SOA.
Yes, and so I'm going to pass this to Ms. Cassie Camp to present the board staff's recommendation.
This case arises out of a case that was previously in front of you for consideration for an exception to licensure last year. Case was set for a hearing on September 13th of this year. However, the proposal for decision by summary disposition, was issued on May 12th, 2022, and no exceptions to that PFD were filed. So the staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached and deny Dr. Oriola's application for dental licensure.
Any, so the motion is to adopt the board order recommendation regarding docket 504-22-23-45. Do I have a motion to accept board recommendation?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch motions and seconded by Dr. Maldonado. Do we have any discussion, comments, questions? Thank you. See none. Oh,
yeah, I just wanted to make sure this is to deny, right? Okay,
Dr. Henderson.
She's not in participation.
It was a default at SOA.
Right.
No, it was not.
Oh, it
It
wasn't?
was not.
Oh, this was
It
not?
was
Sorry,
not.
my bad.
Board
My
staff filed a motion for summary disposition
Oh,
based on the fact that she did not meet licensure qualifications, and the ALJ did grant that.
Okay. sorry.
Everyone clear on this? So let's roll call.
Okay. Dr. Linda Burke,
4,
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Four.
Ms. Lori Jones,
4,
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Four.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4,
Dr. Robert McNeil, 4, Ms. Lois Palermo,
or
Dr. George Kirch, 4, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
It carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. So on to the PO report. I wanted to thank the board staff and congratulate everyone on the move. I know it's been a nightmare, but, I know it's juggling. It's been amazing that what the board has been able to do, juggling, the agency, keeping it running while making a move. And you know how stressful it is to just move up to a home. It's crazy. But we do look forward to new gigs, and hopefully we'll all get to see that soon. But honestly, the timing couldn't have been better because this building is gonna probably crumble on us pretty soon. So in a year, I don't know if it'll last, but it's good timing. So we are still waiting for the public member to replace Ms. Pride, who served the board well, and hopefully we'll have it by November for the next meeting. But the Promethean 3D haptic robot is still in my office. So if you guys want to still kind of demo it and check it out, even board staff, they're welcome. So just let me know the best times, and we can always coordinate with my office. With the executive director review, we're going to do that later in the agenda, and look forward to that. And with regional boards, Dr. Melcher, do you want to talk about the CDCA Rev CETA?
Yeah, so they had a meeting last month where we met and just went over the merging, everybody coming together, still going over some logistics and trying to get it all in place. They did want us to save the date for the upcoming, hopefully they'll be able to do it in person this year. It's going on January the 5th through the 7th, 2023 at the Gaylord Texan Resort and Convention Center. So that'll be close by. So hopefully we can all attend. So save the date, more details to come.
Great. Thanks,
Is that in
Dr.
Dallas.
Great fun.
Very fun.
Have you been? Henderson is beautiful.
It's a nice place.
It's cool during the winter time. They have the Charlie Brown, the ice sculptures, pretty amazing. But not during summer. Next, any other CDCA Rev CETA comments or?
Do you want me to comment about CETA now or later?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure, please.
Okay, so CETA is going to be having their, they asked for save the date, December 9th through 10th for their final annual meeting in Lake Buena Vista, Florida.
Oh, nice.
So it'll be their last hurrah.
How are the feelings with CETA? Are they excited about
Merging? Oh yeah, they're very excited. Yeah.
And they have board seats, with the new organization.
I'm not sure how many board seats. I'm not sure if now that everybody's merged, it's going to be limited. So that's something I'll find out.
It's a juggernaut.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Okay, so next,
How do we say it's taking place?
Buena Vista, Florida, Lake Buena Vista, Florida.
next, Dr. McNeil.
They have this Palermo start.
To the right one. So the Dental Hygiene Review Committee is continuing to look at ways to improve the dental hygiene exam. However, they didn't have a quorum at the meeting last week, so they didn't have any changes to the exam or anything at this time. There's a new logo that's coming for ADEX. Minnesota was added to the ADEX exam now. They've accepted that and we approved them the other day. Right now, there are 43 states that accept the dental hygiene mannequin exam and 47 states accept the dental mannequin exam. Their board meets quarterly, the third Tuesday of every 3 months. And the next annual meeting is going to be on August 4th. They're looking at different areas to have it in the US. They want a place that's kind of cool, so I don't know if they'll ever be coming here. But in the dental one, they did talk about shrouds and no assistance, and I think Dr. McNeil can expand on that. And actually, we found out that the ADEX board works a little bit differently than a lot of the other regional exam boards do, in the fact that the board basically makes decisions on the budget, makes the budget, and then there are committees and subcommittees sometimes report to the board. Sometimes they're not allowed to report to the board on what they're doing. So it's been kind of interesting learning how that works. But anyway, that's the end of that meeting, and I'm sure you have other things to add to that.
Just in addition to that, I would agree with you. It was certainly interesting how that organization is set up. For the shroud issue, from an examination process, now that it's sort of moving towards mannequin, they wanted to have things consistent. And there's actually supply chain and procurement issues with shrouds. And not many people make those shrouds. And so there was a robust discussion about how to move forward with that. And so I think the decision was, yes, let's try to get them to utilize shrouds. Part of it was they wouldn't be able to replace a rubber dam if they didn't have a shroud. So that was appropriate. And what I would say in general, one of the benefits of going to a meeting like that versus doing it via Zoom is you get a chance to talk and interact with people. And I know from my side of the equation was able to interact with a fair number of people, and we're kind of at a critical time for licensure right now. And it seems to blip, every so many years. And we're at a kind of a critical point where a lot of people are really coming together to try to get on the same page. And that's nice to see. Specifically, from my perspective, talking to the person that helped develop the Confidant tooth, the simulated tooth, and just how long that took in the process. And it just took years and years. And we were actually quite lucky to have something ready right as the pandemic was hitting. So I look forward to see how things move forward. And I'm glad a lot of people are getting on the same page. Like you mentioned, CETA joining in with CDCA Rev. And that's good to see.
Any other discussion for ADEX? Good points. Things are changing, that's for sure. And credits?
Yes, we met in June, had a board meeting in June. There's upcoming annual session at the end of August in Kansas City. Some of the things just to highlight, I've been asked to highlight, is that they do have a simulated patient exam options with virtual haptic technology. They do also have remediation programs that can be designed specifically to the state. So if we had something that we would like to look into as far as requesting remediation of our licensees, that they could help provide that. They also provide expedited results, same day results, including on-site retakes and that type of thing. And then they will be celebrating 50 years of this year's annual meeting.
So I have the credits Hygiene Exam Committee report too. They met in Kansas City on July 16th, and they asked everyone to sign a new conflict of interest.
Stop right there.
Right. Right. Which is kind of interesting, but anyway, because a lot of boards are kind of small, and if you accept regional exams and you accept all of them, you want to be able to participate in all of them to ensure that your licensees are taking a good exam and you're licensing in your state. So sometimes that conflict of interest is kind of difficult for, I think, a lot of boards to be able to participate in all the regional exams. But they were also given the exam statistics from January to June and those kinds of things, the candidate feedback forms and the patient forms. But after a lot of discussion, there were no recommendations made to change the exam for the next exam cycle. Like Lori said, the annual meetings in the end of this month.
So moving on to CERTA, it's obviously now the state's resources for testing and assessments, and they're working with a new Kilgore teeth, and they should be. The claims is more lifelike, and they're going to send the prototypes to the exam committee. They're also working on their continued relationship with Promethean. But there was a meeting in Virginia last week, and Dr. Maldonado, thank you, was my proxy for it. as a board of director member there. Do you want to talk a little bit about what
Sure.
you saw there?
Sure. I mean, well, first of all, it's a great group of dentists and hygienists and the staff. They are very inclusive. They want to do the right thing for everybody, for the student, and to protect the public. So it's a great group of individuals that run CERTA. They are going to be using the Kilgore models now, and because they, like you said, they are more lifelike. And for 2023, they're going into a transition kind of examining model. And so what they're going to be doing is in 2023, all models will be scanned, then graded by 3 examiners off-site. And the scores will be available in approximately 10 days. This in 2020, and this is for dental, because I also have a hygiene report. For dental, the change is going to be that all models will be graded by scanners, and if all failures at that point would be graded by 3 examiners, just to make sure that the AI, whether it's working or not correctly. They are going to be requiring a rubber dam for restorative preps and restorations. And the other thing is that right now the candidate preps 2 teeth and they restore 2 prep teeth. In 2023, what's going to happen is they're going to be prepping 1 tooth, and then they're going to be restoring a pre-prepped tooth. And so they're in the process of deciding if they're going to have a silicone little insert for that tooth or not. And that's just for examining purposes and being able to scan 1 time for the results. The other thing is that the perio exam is going to be changed, and this is for hygiene and dental, from 12 surfaces to 1 quadrant. And they're going to add calculus detection and probing depths. So basically, those are the main things. Also, Georgia is going to be joining CERTA. So that happened while we were there. And then, of course, a name change.
Great. Thank
You
you.
joined CERTA?
Georgia hasn't stated it.
That's a good quick question.
Yes.
What, I don't know if I've seen the Kilgore model. What's the difference between that and the original one? Do you know?
Haven't played with it yet.
Okay, I didn't know if anybody had seen that yet.
Dr. Henderson.
So, and I don't know the Kilgore model either, but
Yeah.
each of these exams
um,
have organized the manufacturers, each
Right.
one, and they just use them by different names. So there's probably not a whole lot of difference, if I had to guess. It's just their branding. So Confidant is specific with CDCA. Kilgore Tooth is probably now becoming CERTA.
Okay,
Reb had its own name of a tooth as well.
okay.
So, but I don't know
Whatever
that.
company.
Yeah.
it's making it.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Kilgore tooth was just a little bit more realistic than what they had with Academical. So I don't know. I didn't see it or prep it or anything.
Yeah. Interesting.
Any other comments? In AADB report, Dr. Muller.
Yes, okay. So
Thanks for.
Yes.
So the AADB meeting is going to be held October 7th through 9th in Asheville, North Carolina. I'm going to be chairing the Southern Caucus, so I'm going to do my best. The other thing that AADB is asking is if there are any hot topics that anybody would like to discuss at the meeting. We did submit some. I did communicate with Casey. Yeah, and so so far we sent them that we've discussed as a board: Botox and injectables, dental therapy, and the anesthesia rulemaking regarding hygienists administering local anesthetic. So is there anything else that you guys can think of, or you can email Casey and then we'll just go from there? Yes.
I would just request to have the licensure compact.
They will be discussing that. And a lot of these hot topics came from conversations that Laura and I have with the AADA group, which is the board administrators group. And so it's not like these are coming straight from Texas. These are just hot topics that we know they're going to be.
In general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think the good thing is that all those topics, it's, other states have been through it.
Right.
And it's not like a hot new thing. We're not groundbreaking.
Yeah.
So at least we have some precedents to learn from other states. Dr. Melcher.
Dr. Maldonado, so you mentioned it was Botox, the administration of anesthesia. What was the other one?
Dental therapy.
So anything highlighted in each of those topics that was
No, well, this is,
discussion or
they just-
concern?
the AADB wants to have certain topics to discuss at the meeting. And so, yeah, at the next meeting in October. So they were just asking us, what is something that, would be interesting for the group to discuss. And so that's just basically, we're just giving them ideas.
So are they reaching out to outside stakeholders for these
Yes,
topics?
yeah,
And if
everybody.
So like, is it from legislators or?
Oh, I have no
experts?
idea. Yeah,
Are they open to suggestions?
Oh, yeah.
for-
They are.
yes, absolutely.
Apparently not.
A lot of these topics came from, like, dental therapy is a really hot topic on the West Coast right now. Oregon just enacted a statute, their last legislative session. They're having some difficulty, which is my understanding, enacting and rulemaking when it comes to dental therapy. And so that's why it's on the list of hot topics.
I think that's interesting because some states that have dental therapists, it's sort of is setting the stage for other states to look into. We have the anesthesia issue too with, there's only a few states now for that. So I think when they hear, maybe this will help other key stakeholders see, that it's how things are either successful or they're not, or
Exactly.
is it any harm to patients? So I just think this is great that they're bringing that because I think it's helpful for other stakeholders to hear that.
Right. And we did, and we did specifically, Laura and I did specifically ask to hear more about what other states were doing with injectables. So.
Yeah, and kudos for you guys to be involved with other states and learning from them, because in the end, we care about what's going on, and this can be a good communication with the board in that way.
It's a really great group, and we've been able to share some of our experiences with rulemaking on different topics that we faced in Texas with them. We helped the executive director in Minnesota with some of their anesthesia rules, so it's really good information sharing.
Yeah, I'm curious if our dental schools in Texas are teaching hygienists to give dental injections.
No.
They're not.
Harrison would know.
Henderson.
I don't believe so. I taught it 1 year at A&M.
Because it's not a rule. So,
Well, because I believed you should teach for the global education of a student. If someone wanted to go to a neighboring state, they could.
it does allow it.
But I was told to cease and desist teaching that.
I was just curious.
Or
I
I'd
was
lose
just
my
asking a
dental
question. I
license.
was just curious on what we were doing in our dental schools.
Right.
Question for our educators too.
Right.
Who's
Oh,
teaching,
yeah.
because, in the end, we're one of two states that do not have local
That's right.
anesthesia. And it may be a disservice when we don't train them and they go to another state, or when people want to come here, so, but I understand there's politics, but
It makes it kind of a restriction tree.
a little bit, but I don't want to get into that at this point, so we should strike that from the record.
Yeah.
So next on the agenda, I'm going to move on. Dental school update, dental school, hygiene school, assisting school updates. And, part of the reason why we agreed to have this sort of, interaction is because we all participate in licensing boards. We all, do licensing exams. But the thing is, we want to make sure, and we want to know what's going on in our own backyards. The schools obviously are important for future practitioners and safety of the public. And, a lot of it is just for the board to keep in touch with education institutions that way. And just let them know that we care also. So we have a couple, and how was the response, by the way?
Excellent. It was a really good response. It was actually a little bit overwhelming. So many people wanted to come and address the board, which was really great to see. So we are limiting it to schools or programs per board meeting, just so to maximize the time that you guys have with the representatives.
So we're choosing it like first come.
First come,
served.
first served. That's right.
Right. And we have a couple.
We do, yes. Dr. Valenza is up first. If he is available. Dr. Valenza. Oh, is he in the waiting room?
Yeah.
Perfect.
There it is. She's getting on right now.
I believe he has a presentation.
Oh, great. Okay.
That presentation has been uploaded to the board materials.
Oh, great. Thanks, Dan. At 5:38 a.m. you uploaded that. Thank you, Dan.
I enjoyed looking.
Dr. Valenza, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes,
Ian.
perfect. And thank you for joining us. And I understand you have a presentation.
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
How's that? Are you able to see that?
Looks
Yes,
great.
sir.
There's full screen if that still also works.
Yep, looks great.
Well, great. Well, you ready for me to proceed then?
Please do.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I was really delighted to see the email invite on this. I know I only have 10 minutes and I'll move as quick as I can. Happy to answer any questions along the way or at the end. And I did send a electronic copy of these slides you either have or will have. As Dr. Yu, your comments just a minute ago about connections with the schools, I'll say a few things about that at the end, but we really welcome this interchange. We have sort of a similar interchange with the Texas Dental Association, and always happy to update folks on what is going on in the schools. Just a quick review about our school as far as numbers. Our class size for the DDS is about 105. For hygiene, it's 30, and we have a new master's program that started a year ago with a 2-year master's program in dental hygiene. And then in any given year, we have maybe about 100 residents across our 9 residency programs. And also a new program on that list is the oral and maxillofacial pathology program that started a year ago. That's a 3-year program, 1 resident per year. So we now have 2 residents in that program. And then we also maintain with our School of Public Health these joint degree programs for the dental and dental hygiene students in also attaining a master's program. I included the PhD. That program is essentially dormant at the moment. It's still on the books. We actually had some discussion yesterday about doing that. Many dental schools have these PhD DDS programs, but right now our activity with the joint degree programs is with the public health, the master's in public health. A little bit about the size of our faculty. We have 310 clinical faculty. You can see a big chunk of that. The WOS is without salary. Those are our volunteer folks, and just we have tremendous folks that come in and give their time to us. But otherwise, the paid faculty, clinical faculty, split about half and half in numbers between full-time and part-time. And then about another 20 or so biomedical science and other. That other is especially informatics. We have one of the world-renowned informatics, dental informatics folks in Muhammad Walji, and he has a few other folks that work with him. And then about 240 staff that are the backbone of the school that support what we do. Just a snapshot on the demographics of the faculty and staff. That those groups are merged into this table on the left, but just to give you a sense, as of last fall, the breakdown of the faculty and the staff that we have here at the school. with regard to diversity. And then I think in the email, one of the things you had suggested we maybe give you a little insight into is on graduation rates. You see over the last several years where we are in the breakdown, both ethnicity and race and gender. This might be a good time to also point out, and there was, maybe you saw it, the ADA recently released an infographic on attrition rates in dental schools. And I don't believe I saw one on dental hygiene, but I think I can speak a little bit to the historical data there. But I would say our attrition rate is similar to the national rate of about 1%. We have more students who have disciplinary action or academic action that results in repeating a year than dismissal. We certainly have some withdrawals by students due to various personal reasons, et cetera. I think and one of y'all may know Lori or Dr. Melcher on the hygiene national data. I've seen over the years anywhere from 5 to 10% is the attrition rate. Obviously, it's higher in the first year, but generally we have very low attrition rates with both our dental and dental hygiene class. And so this is the dental, and then here is the dental hygiene. And by the way, as I talk about these groups, I failed to mention at the beginning to say Happy New Year. This is Happy Academic New Year for us. I celebrate Happy Academic New Year, Happy Fiscal New Year coming up, and of course, Happy Calendar New Year. So those are the three that we have, but we have our new incoming first year dental and dental hygiene students orienting this week. In fact, I know Ms. Jones and Dr. Melcher would be here with us today as our white coat ceremony is happening in a little less than an hour for our dental hygiene class. And our dental students, we now do our white coat in the middle of the second year, which is what a lot of dental schools do. And we started that this past year, in part due to COVID. But anyway, here's the graduation data on the hygiene. And you may see it, you note the drop in the total numbers. That's reflective the last couple of years of a change in our class size from 40 to 30. And that was a decision we made back 2 years ago, in part due to COVID. We went from a class size of 40 to 35 for the entering class of last year, and now an entering class of 30. And we're gonna keep an eye on that, but we're certainly flexible to go back up to our previous class size of 40. I think we all know about the manpower issues in the state of Texas when it comes to hygienists and assistants, and so we want to be sensitive to that. But we also have tremendous competition. There is tremendous competition just in the city of Houston alone. I think there are 5 or 6 dental hygiene programs. So challenges there in recruiting the very best students to our program with the competition that we have. So I thought you might also like to see the performance of our students in national boards and clinical licensure boards. I gave you the 18-19 data just to give you 1 year's worth of pre-COVID, and then what's happened since COVID. Historically, our students have been in the 90th percentages on both the national boards and the clinical licensure. As you know, the Integrated National Dental Board is just coming online. That 100% pass rate this past year was only 3 students, but now all of our students moving forward will be doing the Integrated National Board. So you won't see any more Part 1 and Part 2 results moving forward. And then hygiene has done well, a little bit of a dip in the national board this past year, but historically our graduates have excelled in both the national board and you see there on the clinical licensure board. I'm not going to go through this whole list, but I get asked all the time about the diversity of our student body. And one reflection of that is our student organizations. And as you're able with the hard copy that, or the electronic copy that you have, you see this snapshot of our student organizations. Very proud of the incredible diversity across our students and again, reflected in the organizations that we have here at the school, both for the dental and dental hygiene students. So let me shift gears a little bit more about the school. We just finished refreshing our strategic plan. We retained our mission statement and our vision statement. Our vision statement is our battle cry. We are focused on not just improving oral health, but the connections that it has to overall health. And if you're like me, literally every day, I get an email or a magazine, dental magazine, or something that references oral health and overall health. And this has been our vision for about 7 years or so in the previous iteration of our strategic plan. So we've just finished this, just published this. I know some of you here have seen this, but if the board would like a copy of the strategic plan for our school, happy to send that, but we've just published it here in the last month. Some educational priorities, again, relative to our vision statement. We're in the midst of, you know how we educators are. We're always looking to tinker with our curriculum, but at the same time, nobody needs to, or successful organizations should not stand on their laurels without always looking to improve. And so we've been talking for a number of years about some modernization of our curriculum to make it more of a theme-based curriculum with threads that cross traditional boundaries. Essentially what we're talking about is the art, science, and practice of dentistry will be the new themes that we'll divide our curriculum into as we move forward. We want to focus more on disease prevention and health promotion. I know the dental school deans, as we meet, talk a lot about this, that yes, we have a huge technical component to what we do, but as y'all know, sometimes we get a bit over-focused on the technical side of dentistry versus the complete package of the human being on the receiving end of care. And then just, you know, staying modern with what's going on with dental practice. As many of you know about our PACE Center, that one of the functions of the PACE Center is to help students transition to practice. And then also after they do graduate, that they have a resource back at the school for CE and alumni affairs. But one of the things is also practice consulting. And if you talk to our folks in the PACE Center, they will tell you that they estimate at least 50% of our graduates, our dental graduates at least, initially work for DSOs and or something like a DSO. And so we want to be sure that we educate our students about all the choices that they have in practice. So we're looking at a new curriculum model. We're looking at a new clinical teaching model. We've made significant investments in digital dentistry and scanners and millers and all sorts of technology to make that transition from the traditional way of doing indirect restorations to all things digital. You know, we've been on EHR since 2006, always looking to advance that platform and what we do with imaging. A lot going on with AI, certainly in imaging as well. Our simulation curriculum is one that I believe is like no other dental school, that cuts across all 4 years of the dental curriculum and both years of dental hygiene. And then teledentistry. And as some of you may remember, I had the opportunity to speak to y'all, what was it, a year or so ago, about teledentistry and what, at least at our school, we're doing. So we've been doing clinical simulation with dental students with teledentistry for the last year or so, and pleased to see the finalization of the rules that y'all recently published. And so we're looking further at preparing our graduates for teledentistry as well. Service to the community is a big part of what we do, as many of you know. Whether it be off-site rotations, a new mobile dental van. The picture you see there, what I'd say is a kind of a naked looking mobile van. It doesn't have any logos or anything on it, but that is the actual new van that we will be commissioning in about a month to replace our existing ones. We're really excited about bringing that new van online. The Give Kids a Smile, Give Vets a Smile. Thanks especially to one of your board members, and I think you know who that is, that leads our community outreach with these two areas. Between the two programs over the last 5-6 years, we've come close to delivering nearly $1 million worth of care, and also looking to extend the veterans' care beyond just a single day to being able to having resources to provide more comprehensive care throughout the year. One of the newest collaborations we have is with Harris County through Harris Health System. We now staff their 6 dental clinics here in Houston, have done that the last 2 years, and that's just been a tremendous relationship for us. We rotate dental students and dental hygiene students and soon residents to those clinics, and so we've been excited about that. And then I mentioned teledentistry. As we're coming up on our fiscal new year, I thought you might like to see this slide, that how do we fund our budget? I think what's interesting and perhaps obvious here, if you look at our state funding and add that to our tuition and fees, that kind of draws a line between a school like ours and a private school. A private school that doesn't have state funding essentially replaces that state funding portion with much higher tuition and fees. And I think you all know very well the 4 dental schools in the state of Texas, dental hygiene, and our residency programs are an incredible value to those who attend our schools. I mean, we remain, even with some tuition increases that our school has done over the last several years, we remain in the top 5 or so in terms of the most affordable dental schools in the US here in the state of Texas. So you might wonder about the UT dentists, 28%, that's our faculty practice. A lot of that is contracts. I mentioned the Harris Health Community Outreach. Our oral surgery program has significant contracts with Harris Health and Memorial Hermann System. And those relationships generate additional revenue that come back to the school that support our educational mission. So that's become a big part in the last 15, 18 years since we started our faculty practice in helping support our educational mission. And then also there was a comment about what has been our student clinical activity before, during, and after COVID. Well, I won't say after COVID, before and during COVID. You see here in the red is our teaching clinics. Now this is revenue, but you can align the revenue with our students' productivity in terms of number of patients and number of procedures they've done. And the FY22 data is year to date through the end of June. So there's still this month to go, and not a lot of activity, of course, with the dental students in July as they take a break then. But you can see we had the most significant dip in FY 2020 as we finished out that year when COVID hit. We had a pretty good bounce back in FY 21, but the year that we're about to end, we've had a busy year since last summer. And you can see the bounce back in all of our faculty practice, teaching clinics, and our totals. Again, with still 2 months of data yet to be added to the FY 2022. So we're feeling really good about the clinical experiences that our students, certainly the class of 2022, both dental and dental hygiene, and the classes that are getting ready to begin this new academic year. And then last but not least, you talked about where might the state board further support us, and kind of going back again, Dr. Yu, to your initial comments. We'd love to engage further in conversations about clinical licensure, dental education, our curriculum, and clinical practice, just to name a few. One thing I might mention, I don't know if any of you on the board may remember, because I don't know what year it stopped existing, to my knowledge. We used to have the Western Conference of Dental Examiners and Dental School Deans. And this was essentially the rep states that we met once every summer. and it was bringing examiners and dental educators together. And I know some of the testing agencies have done this, but I would welcome maybe some thought and discussion about resurrecting that organization, even if it's on a virtual basis, that examiners and dental educators get together and you hear more from us about what we're doing. We hear more from you about what you're seeing. I know there is no shortage of discussion, has been and continues on clinical licensure and what the format of those exams should be. So I offer that up to you as far as some thoughts for a future dialogue between the schools and the board. And this last picture was just a few weeks ago as we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the building that we moved to back in 2012 and had this picture done outside the school. So I'll stop there and happy to hear any comments or questions.
Dr. Valenza, any questions or comments for Dr. Valenza? Dr. McNeil?
Thank you so much. This is a perfect venue, and I'm glad that we've started to do this. And I think you gave us a great example moving forward. We're certainly in a partnership with the schools, and you guys are on the front end of people as they're starting off their careers. So thank you for what you do. I've been able to see the great work that you do in Houston, in part thanks to Dr. Melcher has invited me to lecture for the last couple of years and participated in CODA for some of your programs too. So keep doing the great work that you're doing. I'm glad you addressed the issue about the patient experiences sort of pre-COVID versus during COVID as we move forward. And the comment you made about the health systems, I'm glad you're partnering with health systems. And I know for Texas Mission and Mercy, for instance, they will partner with hospitals, and it's a cost-effective way for hospitals to provide dental care outside of the emergency department. And so it's sort of a win-win for everybody when that happens. So, and I second your suggestion there about trying to figure out some way that we can continue the communication between our group and your group. And maybe that's something the TDA can even help to coordinate some things too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dean Melissa, I just want to say thank you for taking part in this invitation. As a proud faculty member and a past student from our school, just the expectations that we have going forward are great, and advancing our education for our students, dental and dental hygiene and residents. And again, just proud to be a member there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did. I just had a question. I love that new dental van. That is spectacular. So do y'all keep the other vans and do things with that as well? Do you keep those going too?
Lois wants to- What do you want, Lois?
I think in teledentistry. No, I was just wondering what you did with the other vans.
Sell it to you for a good price.
Well, we up until a couple of years ago, we actually were running two vans at the same time. We had a partnership with the Ronald McDonald House Charities. And COVID hit us pretty hard that fall of 2020 to where we had to make a decision to turn that van back to Ronald McDonald House Charities, but keeping the door open for future re-collaboration with them. The other van that we otherwise have had, Dr. Melcher, that van is 15 years old, 20 years old, and I suspect UT will surplus it and put it up for auction. So I'll let you know when the auction's going to be if you're interested.
That's
Good. The only other thing too, I was thinking, because I'm in a practice that's out on the suburbs of Houston, and I'm always having to look up the phone numbers for the different departments at UT's dental school for patients, along with Medicaid dentists too. But I'm wondering if there's a way that we could have those numbers on our website? Because I know if our office is always looking for those numbers, that there are probably other dentists in the area as well.
Well, we certainly have a main patient number, but if you yourself need to speak to one of us, I mean, we're happy to provide more direct numbers for your access. But for patient access, it is the 713-486-4000 number. But you know, we have a demand for care that exceeds our capabilities, and I know we frustrate a lot of folks. Say, I call, and it's so hard to get an initial assessment appointment. You know, going back to the van, we could run a fleet of vans in the Houston area if we had the resources to do that. But unfortunately we don't. But you know, we only have so many providers in our school and so many appointments available, but the demand from the public is just tremendous.
That's where teledentistry could help.
Right. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Jenny?
Thank you, Dr. Valenza, for being here today. I just want to, as a former student as well, I just want to commend you personally on your vision and your foresight and your ability to think outside the box and really move education in a tremendous direction. Simulation, teledentistry, informatics, all of those things that is not a common thing that you have embraced and have really grown and made the dental school stand out. So I just wanted to commend you on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And I'll second Lori on that, because the problem is that your school has such technology that the students that go out, they expect it.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like,
Now, we've heard that. And, you know, another example is endodontics. You know, our endodontics clinic, they all have microscopes. That clinic has a cone beam, and that's how our students learn. But you're right. Not every practice has that readily available.
It's the future, and I commend you as well. And I think you know how the board feels about the quality of the students that you graduate and the training and consistency that you provide the people of Texas. And thank you again for your comprehensive summary, and appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So our next speaker is Miss Annette Smith, and she's a dental hygiene faculty member at the Texas Dental Hygiene Association. She's also the Texas Dental Hygiene Association president at the Dallas College. Is she available online? Great.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. You know, usually I'm here on behalf of Texas Dental Hygienists Association, but I'm happy to represent our school today, which is Dallas College. And we appreciate the opportunity for you guys to allow us to present. This last year has been really exciting because we moved into a new clinic, and you know, there's always some kinks and things we worked out, but we feel like this next year is going to go a lot smoother. But it was an exciting year. Along with that, our chair, Dr. Sheila Vandenbush, she's done several grants, which has helped us upgrade and get new equipment, such as we really moved to all digital now. Before we were doing a lot of phosphor plates and sensors, but we have enough that we use. We have a sensor between every 2 students. We have digital cameras that we've have just between 2 students again. So we feel like we've really been able to up our game. And most recently we've gotten lasers, and the faculty have been trained on the lasers, and we plan on implementing that over this next year as far as training the students. We do another thing that has happened that's been big news for our school is we combined 7 colleges into one. We used to be called El Centro, but now we are called Dallas College, and we're on the El Centro campus. So there has been a bit of a name change. We provide volunteer services with the Martin Luther King Community Center, and feel like the students come back and feel really excited and motivated to do that. We're looking at some other opportunities this year to give back with remote area medical, and we're looking forward to getting that going. We also have done several interprofessional activities. Most recently, we did, now that we've changed our building, we're in with all the other health sciences. And most recently, we did an activity with the ENT students, and it was fun for our students to teach them a little bit about, the oral systemic connection, and they were able to talk to them about the importance of what is important for them to do, and they role played some scenarios, and it ended up being a great activity. We also have a respiratory therapist school in our building, and we're looking forward to setting something up with that as well. We do have 4 full-time faculty. We have 3 dentists and 6 adjunct faculty, 7, I should say. Another exciting thing, we were really happy to have Dr. Margot Melcher at our CDCA Reb exam in July, so that was exciting. A little bit about our program. We do accept 20 to 22 students each fall, and we have a very diverse population. We are right in inner city Dallas, and many of our students are older. In the last couple of classes, I know at least half of the students have children, which I can't imagine going to hygiene school with children, but they do it and they pull it off and they're successful. So, that just goes to show the motivation that these students have. Our retention rate is between 85 to 90%. And our average for the National Board Dental Hygiene examination is usually 90 to 100%. We did have several students who were affected with deaths due to the COVID pandemic, and we could see how that affected us. Our pass rate this year was 80%. Let's see, the CDCA Reb passage every year is 100%, so that's always been great. And our students have 100% employment rate after they graduate. Another great thing is that we do not charge anything for our services. When we were brought by Dallas College, one of the main things that they wanted to do was to really give back to the city and those who don't have the financial means for dental services. And so the chancellor's always championed our program, and we have always provided our services for free. That being said, we do provide over $900,000 worth of dental hygiene care annually. A lot of our patients are, scaling and root planing heavily, people who haven't seen dentists their whole life. So we really feel the opportunity to give back. Let's see. The population that's served in the clinic is very diverse. We have a high percentage of Hispanics, Asians, and people of color. And I mentioned the laser certification. We're working on getting that up and running. And then also we have a nitrous oxide monitoring certification that they can get. Another exciting thing about this new building was we started a dental assisting program, and the first class has occurred this summer. We will have 3 classes, summer, fall, and spring semesters. And The board approved for 11 weeks to provide basic skills for entry-level dental assistants. And they also have stackable credentials of nitrous, dental sealants, and polishing. Me, I'm being part of Texas Dental Hygienists Association. One reason I got involved with that was because of local anesthesia. And you asked how to support us. I know you guys can't change the rules, but I think it should be noted that we have had students leave the state because of the Limited Practice Act. And with the shortage, I think that's something to be noted, that we do want to make sure that we keep the hygienists that we train here. So, and that's all I have to say. So thank you for allowing me to present. And if any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ms. Jones?
So thank you so much for being here with us today and presenting about Dallas College. I was actually with Dr. Melcher as well at the CDCA exam. And
yay!
The clinic is beautiful. The new facility that y'all are in, it's just, it was wonderful. And I want to commend you as well for not charging anything for your services. I think that the school being able to do that is a big service to the community. And I just want to commend you on that. And I also had a question about the dental assisting. Do those students get to work with the hygiene students? Is there any kind of interaction that happens during the process?
Not the way that it's set up. We have hygiene students in the clinic on Monday through Thursday, and then they're there Friday and Saturday. That being said, they actually have their own kind of separate unit where they work out of. And we have dentists that work with them. So, but they do train on a lot of the same equipment and stuff.
Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you for coming and visiting our clinic.
Other questions for Ms. Smith? Dr. Henderson?
So thank you again, Ms. Smith. I'm Brian Henderson and I live in Dallas. With El Centro and this Dallas College, did that change? Are you no longer part of El Centro at all?
Well, we're called the El Centro campus. So each campus will have its own name, but Dallas College is the umbrella we're under.
Okay, and that is a separate institution?
Nope, it's part of Dallas College. I mean, if you think of like Tarrant County, they have their Northeast campus, or their, I don't know what all of them are, Northwest. So we just have different names. So they have Brookhaven, et cetera. And our particular campus is called El Centro.
So I'm familiar with your program and the other programs around Dallas. And now it's all under one umbrella, and I certainly understand that. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Ms. Smith, does your program teach anesthesia?
No. And, as I heard the conversation earlier where they were talking about somebody teaching that for 1 year, I wondered if that's permissible, because I have given injections for over 20 years. Okay, everybody's shaking their head no. Yeah, and I certainly am certified to do that. So that would be something I would love to implement.
So it was me that made that statement. And I'm going to probably defer that to legal counsel. I was told to cease and desist. That was 30 years ago.
Just from a legal standpoint.
I mean, if you have, you can, I can give you my contact information on the general counsel, and I can point you to our statutes and rules regarding that issue.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've read them before and I didn't think so. But when I heard that, I thought, oh, is that allowed? So.
Well, but the same token, there's a lot of things that are taught that, dentists aren't allowed to do also.
Oh, I'll just tell you, and again, I
We're
would
gonna drop this conversation.
We can drop the conversation.
We're gonna drop the conversation.
But basically, I was,
Down a really dark lane.
there's a certain amount of academic freedom that an institution can do. And the school and the dean at the time wasn't willing to go to the attorney general and get clarification on that. Because as you teach for an educational process and you teach something that's allowed in other states, that's academic freedom. And so the schools have exemptions on some of those deals, but if they weren't willing to go to the attorney general and fight for it.
Yeah.
That doesn't have anything to do with the institutions. Ms. Smith made a point that these hygienists are leaving Texas because they want to go give local. Well, let them go give local. If you teach it and they want to go out and get local in other states, they can, but if they stay in Texas, they can't. And so, really, they're teaching to keep students to stay in Dallas County or whatever, wherever they want to train. If you teach on a more broad scale, then they're going to be more freely to go to other places. So in some ways, by not putting it in your curriculum, it encourages the students to stay here. Otherwise, they got to go to another state and get the CE.
I'm sure there's some education because it's part of their national board,
Well, it's an option. It's an elective deal because not all institutions teach it.
Yes, there is. We do definitely go over pharmacology, head and neck anatomy, medical emergencies, all those things. And actually, that's what I've been preparing. That's one of my first lectures that I've been going over. And, we talk about site placement and everything. We actually have mannequins that we have them practice on. But yeah, actually giving injections to people, we do not.
Dr. Melcher?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. In the curriculum, there's pharmacological aspect of it.
Any other comments? Thank you. Ms. Smith, thank you for your participation and congratulations on the presidency.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm, I love how your program interacts with other programs in your system, and I appreciate your participation here, and it was a great summary of everything. Appreciate
Great.
it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is professional recovery report.
Yes.
Herein.
I believe Will Turney is presenting today on behalf of Raquel Leo. On the call. Okay. Mr. Turney's presented to the board before.
Next on the agenda is professional.
Hi, Mr. Turney. If you're watching the broadcast on the YouTube channel, can you please mute it?
You want to hear me okay?
Yes.
Should I go ahead and start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So my name is Will Turney, and I'm a case manager with the Professional Recovery Network, and I'm here to give you all an update for the fourth quarter. The Professional Recovery Network continues to receive a steady number of referrals regarding potentially impaired dental professionals. Compliance by current participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. PRN continues to offer an individualized approach to the supports and accommodations offered to our participants throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes continuing to provide participants with the option to complete their evaluations and recovery-related meetings through online platforms if preferred. PRN regional coordinators will continue to provide monthly regional meetings to our participants via online meeting platforms or teleconferences to ensure ongoing peer supports are being offered. PRN's fall seminar is tentatively scheduled for Saturday, October 29th, 2022 at the Norris Conference Center in Austin, Texas. Finalized details will be available at the Dental Board's next board meeting report. PRN is scheduled to hold our biannual advisory committee meeting the morning of the fall PRN seminar, Saturday, October 29th, 2022. Final details for this will also be available at the next board meeting. And now I will go over the legislative budget board numbers. LBB numbers for September 1st, 2021 through May 31st, 2022 were submitted to the TSBDE on June 10th, 2022. LBB numbers include all licensed dental professionals enrolled in the PRN program. We had 12 board-ordered dentists, 2 compelled volunteer dentists, 21 volunteer dentists, 2 board-ordered hygienists, 0 compelled volunteer hygienists, 1 volunteer hygienist, 0 court-ordered assistants, 0 compelled volunteer assistants, and 0 volunteer assistants. And that concludes my report. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions from Mr. Turney? Dr. McNeil?
Just a comment. Thank you for what you do. And I think you are one of the examples of a group that as a board, we are best served if we try to figure out how to really best work synergistically together. Wellness and mental health issues, addiction are just such important things that all of us have concerns about. On my own side of the equation, myself and my partner, Dr. Stephanie Ganner, are working with the ADA to sort of help promote their ambassador program that they're just starting for wellness. So it's a huge issue, and anything that we can do, and our newsletter, we've been talking about a fair amount. I think we've really done a great job in the past couple of years at really having some key things in there. I'm a big proponent of clinical vignettes, people sort of telling their stories. And certainly if you came across people that wanted to share their journey and to help others, that's something that myself as a board member would like to hear about. And think, I think shining a light on things, having people say, here is my journey, here's what got me there, here's what helped me, now I'm on the other end of this thing. That can be a positive for people to hear that story. That's a fair number of volunteer dentists that we have in your program. And unfortunately, there's probably an awful lot of people that need the help that they're just not getting it. So I would push you to keep sort of asking us to do things, and perhaps we'll do the same to you to help put out the message of wellness and mental health.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate your comments. And yes, we're always looking for more opportunities to create visibility for our program and bring awareness to these issues that are difficult for everyone, including healthcare professionals. And we have had professionals in the past who will come to us and say, I had such a good experience in PRN. If you ever want me to speak at some kind of event to let people know what my experience was and bring more awareness to it and some hope to other people, we always welcome that, and we're always looking for people. So I'll definitely pass the message along, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, and that could be a good option for to have them speak to dental students also. So I know we can talk about the board meetings. But any other questions, Dr. Melcher?
Mr. Herring, that was also my question. Do you do presentations to the school organizations? I don't know if you were on the call when our dean from UT Houston was speaking about our diversity of our students. And we have all these different student organizations, which I actually happen to be the faculty advisor for the Hispanic student dental one. And would like to know if maybe you'd like to do a little lunch and learn for them one time. I didn't know if that's an opportunity. So I'd love to check with you. And I think there are other schools or dental hygiene programs might find this of interest too, especially as we're been going through this pandemic and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the PRN director, Raquel Leal, is staying in place for her today because she's actually presenting at a school in Amarillo right now. And so, we're always looking for schools that we can present at. What school did you say?
I'm interested, but I'm sure that there might be other dental hygiene programs, interested, or the other dental schools in Texas. So I think it's a great opportunity for them to hear this information.
Yeah, absolutely. We can definitely work something out.
Thank you. It's great to know that your program's out there, and it's about public safety. So I appreciate you joining us, Mr. Turney, and I'll see you at the Board of Advisors meeting in October. Take care.
Great. Did you have a question, or your hand is just up? Your hand is up on Zoom, so I didn't know if you had.
Oh.
Put your hand down.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Take
There's just a
care.
Alright. Thank you.
Don't even lower your hand.
Well done.
Under reactions. At the bottom.
Chat.
Can we take
I don't know how you should.
a minute? Yes.
Okay, so at this time, we're gonna take a recess for how long, about 10 minutes, is that okay? Okay, thank you, and we need a.
plug it.
The Texas State Board of Dental Examiners meeting will now come to order. It's, thank you, 10:12. Thank you, board. So the next agenda item is our committees. And the first committee that we're going to go over is the Continuing Education Review Committee. Dr. Melcher, would you like to lead the discussion on this?
Sure, thank you. Yes, we did meet yesterday, and I'd like to thank my committee members, Dr. Linda Burke, Ms. Lois Palermo, and Dr. David Church, and ex officio member, Dr. for their attendance. We had a couple of things on our agenda. The first one was an individual had approached us and was requesting a CE provider approval for a best practices type of I guess a presentation that she has or a course. And after some discussion, the committee felt that it would be best for her to approach maybe one of our list of dental providers on our website, that maybe she could reach out to them and ask them if she'd like to contribute her course to their group. We did have a little bit of a concern because we felt it wasn't scientific. It was more of a best practices. I think her motto was happy staff, happy practice, happy life, which sounds great, but just said that probably doesn't fall under an approved CE course to get CE credit. But, you know, there's always at annual meetings or such forth opportunities to hear other types of motivational or type of best practices courses. So that's where we referred her to. The next thing was we did have a motion to add Dr. Joe Waller to the CE list of providers that have been there for the previous meeting. Where
Do we need a vote on
Yes.
that particular?
do we? No,
Dental dynamics?
no, because it was
We-
just
we
a
voted.
recommendation. It wasn't.
Well, we,
They did, but because it was technically a request. Sorry, I missed that. Yes, we did. The committee did vote to deny her request. That's
Okay.
true.
Do you mind if I-
We still have
So the committee recommendation was to deny.
Yeah, so do I hear a motion to approve the committee recommendation to deny the request to become a CE provider for dental dynamics?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch moves and no
So it doesn't need a
second.
second.
We don't need a
We
second.
still need a
No
motion.
No second as needed, as it came from committee. Any discussion? See none, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
It's unanimous. The motion carries to deny. Sorry, Dr. Melcher.
no problem. And then the next item was a committee recommendation and possible action on proposed rule from the May 13th, 2022 meeting, code 104.2, continuing education providers, that was published in the July 8th, 2022 issue of the Texas Registrar. So again, this one was because of an additional individual that was requesting to be added to the list. So we need a.
Speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry, sure. So motion for this as well. So if I
So
can.
moved.
Thank you.
So Dr. Kirsch motions to accept a committee recommendation to accept the previously adopted dental risk solution as a CE provider. And this was originally, voted on in 2011, but it was just never put into our rules. And Dr. Waller represented, the company at our previous board meeting. And no second as it came from committee. Do I hear say aye, all in favor?
Yeah, vote, sorry. Vote. Sorry.
Say aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
Again, a unanimous vote to accept dental risk solutions. Thank you.
And then the last item on our agenda was committee recommendation and possible action on reviewing of continuing education providers pursuant to the Texas Admit Code 104.2. So we had some discussion about how to review the list of providers that are on our list. Some of them, we may not hear much from them or know what's going on. So the suggestion from the committee members was that the committee members will review the list. They will send those in question to me. We will then look over those and reach out to those entities to find out what is their status. You know, have they provided any courses within the last year? If so, how many? And possibly ask them to provide support, such as maybe the schedule from the meeting that they're at, just so that we know that it's legit. And so that's one of the action items that we discussed. The other is to review the current CE application that we have that is sent to potential interested individuals that want to have CE approval. So we are going to review that. I already saw that Ms. Nichols has forwarded the committee the application. I did recommend that we have a 30-day deadline on these two action items so that we can make sure that we're doing what we need to do to go forward with this. So with that said, on that particular one, Ms. Nichols, do we need motions for those two action items?
We do not.
Okay, great. Okay, that concludes my report.
Yes, so the last item, there's no board action, but there's committee action. Yeah, we'll keep it. Licensing, and thank you for your work. Appreciate it. And licensing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Yu. Yeah, we met yesterday at 10 a.m. in the morning, and I want to thank again my committee members, Ms. Jones, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Maldonado, Dr. McNeil, and Dr. Yu for being there as well. Our first committee action was discussion and possible action on vacating consent order SBDE number 2022-00550, and I will ask Ms. Studdard to lead us in this discussion.
Yes, so this consent order was mistakenly submitted to the board member materials at the May board meeting. However, staff realized that this Ms. Haynes hasn't yet applied. So when she does apply, we'll review her application to determine if we need to enter a consent order at that time. So the committee recommended to vacate this order in order to remove it from the agency's files.
And that did not require a vote.
It did.
It did require a
And
vote.
the recommendation was to approve the board staff's request to vacate the consent order.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion? Okay, Dr. McNeil motions, no second as it came from committee. Do we have a vote to raise your hand and say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Again, unanimous, and the vote was to vacate the previous consent order on SBDE 2022-00550. Thank you.
Our next committee item was exception to board rules for several, 3 hygienists and 1 DDS, and we'll take each one individually. Our first one is 2022-Q4-RDH1. And Ms. Mendez, will you please lead us in this discussion?
Yes, sir. Good morning, board. On March 17, 2022, the applicant submitted an application for licensure by credentials. On April 11, 2022, board staff determined the applicant did not meet the requirements for licensure. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 103.3A2A. After further review, it was determined that Ms. Alcalde had not been practicing for at least 3 out of the last 5 years in another state, territory of the U.S. Ms. Alcalde has been practicing in the Cayman Islands. Ms. Alcalde submitted a request for an exception to board rule 103.3 and was now requesting that the committee accepted the proof of practice from the Cayman Islands.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. The committee voted to not grant exception to board rule, and it came out unanimous out of committee.
So do I hear a motion to approve committee recommendation to deny exception to board rule? Dr. Burke motions and does not need a second as it came from committee. Let's call roll.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Ms. Laura Jones,
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. George Kearns in favor, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next is 2022-Q4-RDH2. And Ms. Mendez, will you lead us in this discussion, please?
Yes, sir. On May 19, 2022, the applicant submitted an application for licensure by credentials. In May, board staff determined the applicant did not meet the requirements for licensure. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for the exception to board rule 103.3A2A. After further review, is determined that Ms. Coetzee had not been practicing for at least 3 out of the 5 years in another state or territory of the U.S. Applicant has been practicing in Canada. Ms. Coetzee has submitted a request for an exception to board rules and is now requesting the committee accepted the proof of practice from Canada.
Thank you. And again, exception to board rule was denied, and that was unanimous by committee.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Do I have a motion to approve the committee recommendation to deny exception to the board rule? Ms. Jones, and does not need a second as it came from committee. And I'd like to, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
Can I just mention something real quick to everyone? It's just that this would also have to be an exception to statute,
Exactly.
not just board rule for this and previous ones.
Both, yeah.
And I would like Dr. Pierce to call roll because Dr. McNeil still thinks Canada is part of the US.
Wow.
So we welcome you with open arms.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Ms. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
4.
Dr. Michael Melcher, Dr. Robert McNeil,
Or
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Or
Dr. George Kirsch, 4, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
And again, it carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
Okay, the next one on our committee item was 2022-Q4-RDH3. Now, this one did not get a unanimous vote. This, in fact, was voted to approve exception to board rule on 4 for it, 2 against it. So, Ms. Mendez, will you please lead us in this discussion? Sorry, I kind of jumped down there.
No, that's okay. Sure. On April 2nd, 2022, the applicant submitted an application for renewal of the hygiene license. On April the 3rd, it was determined the applicant did not meet the requirements for licensure and the license was canceled. On June 27th, 2022, board staff received an application for reinstatement of a canceled license. Board staff is deferring the application to the licensing committee for the exception to board rule 103.11. After a further review, it was determined that Ms. Hudson did not meet the requirements for reinstatement of a canceled license. Ms. Hudson, let's see here.
Her license had expired March of 21. And she
Correct.
didn't, right, she did not realize this. So she waited until April of 22.
She thought it expired March of 22.
Exactly.
And so when she renewed,
She waited till April, so it's a year and a month after the expiration. And when she went to renew it, she did not have CPR certification. She realized that, so she took the course. Am I correct, Ms. Mendez, or am I misspeaking?
You're correct.
Okay.
Now, was she practicing during this time with the license?
No, she was not.
Not a license, okay.
She was doing
not.
real
She had
estate.
been furloughed during 2020, as most everyone in Texas was. Yeah, I feel,
Do we have a motion?
can I say something real quick? I feel as a license holder, former license holder, it's our retirement license. It is a duty of ours to know when their license expires. I mean, it is a huge honor to have a license in the state of Texas. And everyone went through the pandemic and we all knew when our license canceled or didn't cancel. So that's just what I want to say about that. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I need a motion. Yeah. So the motion on the committee was in favor of granting her board exception. And that went 4 and 2. The vote was 4 and 2.
Do you want to make that?
Ms. Palermo,
Okay, is that a motion?
I don't know.
Yes, it is a motion to deny her being reinstated, her.
The motion is actually to grant.
Yeah, that came out of committee as a grant, so we would have to vote
So
on
the,
that.
the committee recommendation is to grant her exception to board rule.
But that's not a motion.
No, he was just giving a
Came out.
summary. He was just giving. a
Right.
summary.
But it wasn't a motion that came out of the committees.
It was.
It was.
It was.
Not unanimous.
Oh.
I'll make
It
a
was not
motion.
unanimous vote, but
So-
the vote was to approve.
Dr. McNeil would like to make the motion.
I will make the motion that came out of committee to approve exception to board rule for this candidate.
Okay.
So
Is she present? Her attorney is on the line.
this is so on the floor, the motion has already been made to grant exception.
It's to approve the committee's recommendation
Right.
to,
Approve it.
yes, it doesn't need a second because the committee's recommendation was to approve. And your motion was to approve the committee's recommendation.
But you said it was a motion coming out of the committee.
It is. It's just like all the.
It's a recommend, he misspoke, he meant recommendation.
So I could have made a motion to deny this because it wasn't a motion that came out.
Well, right now, on the floor, we have
now
a
you
motion,
do.
right now we have a motion on the floor to approve the committee's recommendations.
You're either for it or against it. or we-
Right, exactly.
Right, well, I made a motion to deny it. but-
Well, you'll just,
Right, no, it's fine, it's good.
On the floor,
killing
it's. the-
He's dying slowly.
Except committee.
Well, I was
Dr.
I was
Henderson.
gonna say, and I think the point, the Robert's order, the motion was coming out of the committee report. Theoretically, Dr. Kirsch would make the motion, the committee did this, speaking as the chairman. So your motion would have to be second to his motion,
But
even
it's
if
a-
you made it.
But my thing for Robert's.
No, I know.
rules-
Correct. You could make that motion, but theoretically, he's presenting the motion out of committee. And he theoretically should be the one nominating it or making that motion as chair of that committee.
And if the motion is coming out of the committee, we don't need somebody else to make the motion, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
So,
Theoretically, but they want to make sure
It's
someone's
fine,
bringing.
go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Our attorney's on the line if you guys would like to hear from her.
don't think so.
Does anybody need to hear?
Do y'all need to hear?
Ms. Jones asked, so are you happy to hear from them or just vote?
Well, then can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Yeah.
I just feel like whenever we were talking to Ms. Hudson yesterday, that she had, the COVID time, I totally agree with Dr. Kirsch. We as licensees need to be responsible for when our expiration dates. We need to stay on top of that. And, for her, and I did ask that question, why did you not know that it was expiring? And so for her, she was furloughed and her office chose to furlough a very long time, like still furloughed, like she's just planning on going back soon, as long as all this passes. And so she did take up real estate, not knowing what she was going to be doing. And, just feel like, should she have CPR? Yep, not saying that. And then I feel like too, she had applied or she had done it and it would have gone through, but her CPR wasn't current. So it was like a couple days. So.
Yes.
I just want to make sure the committee's clear on what the exception is for, because it seems like maybe over here we're not. The exception is on strictly the practice requirement for reinstating a canceled license. So she can still, regardless of whether she should have known whenever her expiration date was or not, she can reapply for reinstatement of a canceled license under board rule 103.11, which is what she's doing. So keep in mind that you're talking strictly about the practice requirement and not the merits of her not renewing on time.
Because she's requesting to reinstate a canceled license.
Correct. After that snafu with the April license of reapplying, she then submitted the correct application for reinstatement of a canceled license.
Ms. Bloom.
But now correct me, Ms. Mendez, if I'm wrong. She also didn't have any of her CE requirement, correct? And then when she filled out her application, she said she did have her CPR, which she did not. And she did not have her CE requirement. Is that not correct?
That is correct, Ms. Palermo.
I thought she did have CP.
or the CPR, and she said she did on her application.
We can bring her in too to explain this.
So are we, like, has she already reapplied in a different way and this is moot point?
I think that's really what we're discussing. So if the deficiencies from the April application, I don't want to say are moot. Obviously, we're discussing them because they are a part of this. But she did, once that application was denied, she corrected the deficiencies and reapplied appropriately under the reinstatement of a canceled license. And the only issue then was the practice, which she did explain in depth yesterday.
Right.
So we are voting on the reinstatement of a canceled license.
Correct. Just reinstatement of a canceled license. And her application was sufficient. All the committee and then ultimately the board is deciding on is the practice, because as you stated, she had not been practicing.
Okay.
Would you like to hear from her? Oh,
I believe we should hear from her attorney.
could you please let her attorney in?
Yeah, Bobby, where are you going? Where are you going?
He wanted
Dr. Henderson, I have different.
Ms. Martin, Dr. Martin. Yes.
Can we waive them because the requester that wanted to hear is not here? So can we hold off a minute then? Thank you.
We're just giving a board member a moment. He just stepped out. I'll be right back.
No,
Mr. Montez, can you hear us okay?
Mr. Montez, can you hear us?
yes, I'm sorry. I was streaming on YouTube and then it just
Okay.
did something weird and I couldn't hear you, so I apologize for that. Miss Hudson is on standby if we need to bring her in.
We're waiting on the board member who requested to join first.
Oh, all right, you can let her know that she can
There it
join.
is. Okay.
She hasn't joined.
Okay, let me let her know.
I think you can go ahead and start presenting, and then you'll hear from her if the board would like to.
If we can keep the comments to at least 3 to 5 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure, and I apologize. I didn't hear the very last part of the discussion, so I'm not sure if you have a question for me or if we just need to go over what Miss Diamond and Miss Hudson went over yesterday. I didn't hear the last part of this whole conversation because I was trying to log in.
It's okay. Most of the board members were not there at the committee level. And if you don't mind just going over quickly what was talked about.
Sure. Well, from what I understand, and I know I had a conflict yesterday, so Ms. Diamond filled in for me yesterday, but from what I understand, and you can hear from Ms. Hudson as well, we're asking for the exception for the practice time period. I know there was a discussion that you all just had regarding the timely renewal. I think she discussed yesterday that it was a crazy time. We understand it was her responsibility. She also, I think, informed the panel that she never received the renewal card. But again, she's not saying that it's anybody else's fault but her own. She's been practicing. She's been licensed since 2010. So, she's been practicing for 12. I may misspeak on that, but at least 8 to 10 years prior to 2020 when she was furloughed. And again, I'm not sure if there's a question outstanding or, that's basically what we're asking for as far as the renewal. When she renewed or tried to renew online, she was denied because of the practice issue. Looks like she's having some kind of technical difficulty. I'm sorry. She can call in as well, right?
Only if the board wants to hear from her. Do you guys?
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Sir, just Mr. Montez is fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, as the panelist from yesterday mentioned, she did move forward, move on. She couldn't find any work, obviously, from the pandemic, with there not being as many work opportunities, people falling off schedules for dental cleanings. And she pursued her real estate license and was doing that until she wanted to come back. And she did, I think from my perspective, I know there was a rule change as far as the biannual renewal as opposed to every year. I talked to her about that. That may have been some of the confusion when it came to, well, I thought I just renewed, but it was actually 2 years ago and not 1 year ago. That was the renewal part of the confusion. I know that prior to me trying to hook on to the Zoom meeting, I know there was a discussion about what she had affirmed on the reinstatement application that was online regarding her CE. I'm not sure what she did with that, but she understood then that she was not current on her CE. And then when she applied for the reinstatement, she completed all that in anticipation of the reinstatement application. Again, she takes responsibility for not completing the CE within the 2 years that she was required to, or the CPR, I guess. But she just wants the opportunity to move forward, and I think she has all her CE now. But if you have any questions for her, I'm sure she can probably call in, or for me.
No, I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there is a motion by Dr. McNeil. You want to
Yeah,
roll call, and this is in favor of granting her the license.
Right.
Okay, so Dr. Linda Burke,
For.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Against.
Miss Lori Jones, Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
For.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Against.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
For.
Miss Lois Palermo,
Against.
Dr. George Kearns is against, and Dr. David Yu for. Okay, so the motion is denied 5-4.
Would anyone like to make another motion?
I'll make a
Any
motion,
discussion?
well, can I make the motion or no? I'll make a motion to deny exception to board.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is from Dr. Kirsch is to deny exception to board rule. Do we have a second on this? Are you second?
I'll second.
Okay, Dr. Henderson seconds. Any further discussion? Okay. Yeah, you guys okay? Let's talk.
We're trying to get this.
Again, the motion on the floor is to deny exception to board rule for reinstatement of the application. And do you want a roll call on this one?
Yeah, I'll roll call on this. Any, Ms. Johnson, do you have discussion?
Well, I just would like what would happen after this?
We just examine.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. All right, Dr. Linda Burke,
Against.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or.
We're just doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Miss Lori Jones,
For.
okay. Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
Against.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
For.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Against.
Miss Lois Palermo,
For.
Dr. George Kearns, for, Dr. David Yu.
Against.
All right, so the motion carries 5-4.
Right.
Okay. Next is 2022-Q4-EDS1, and I'll have Ms. Mendez lead us in this discussion.
On April 20th, 2022, the applicant submitted a dental licensure by credentials. Upon review, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Dr. Legwell did not graduate and receive a DDS or DMD degree from a dental school accredited by the Commission on Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association. Dr. Legwell graduated from a university in Libya and received a bachelor's degree in dentistry in 2003. Based on Board Rule 101.3A1, which states in addition to the general qualifications for licensure, an applicant for licensure by credentials must present proof that the applicant has graduated and received either the DDS or DMD degree from a dental school accredited by the Commission on Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association. Dr. Legwell requested an exception to board rule, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mendez. Again, the committee voted unanimously to deny exception to board rule on this.
So the motion is to, from committee was to deny. Do we have a motion? Okay, so thank you. Ms. Jones motions and it came from committee, so no seconds required. And I guess we can call roll again.
Okay. Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Or
Ms. Laura Jones. Dr. Yvonne Maldonado. Dr. Martin Melcher. Dr. Robert McNeil. 4. Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. George Kirich, 4. And Dr. David Duke. 4. And motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, great. Committee recommendation and possible action on dental and hygiene licensure examinations required live patients or hands-on simulations. And Ms. Stutter, will you lead us in this discussion? Do you want to tie them all together?
Okay, so
Yeah.
Dr. Kirsch wanted board staff to include language in our licensure by credential rules and licensure by examination rules to require the clinical examination to be either live patient or simulation. And so the committee reviewed the rules. They did have an update, and the updated language in your materials to add hands-on simulation. And after that addition, the committee voted to approve those rules.
Unanimous. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
So Ms. Jones moves to accept committee recommendation amendments as stated. Doesn't need a second as it came from committee. And do we have let's raise hands and discussion on this. Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
want a clarification. Are we talking about specifically the 101.2 rule? We're not lumping all of them.
We did lump them all
We did
together.
lump them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
hygiene and dental. Yeah.
So 101.2 and 103.2.
Thank you. I wanted that to be clear on the motion.
Yes, thank you.
So all the rules, it's 101.2, 101.3, 103.2, and 103.3.
And that encompasses both dental and hygiene.
Thank you.
So again, adding a hands-on simulation. Dr. McNeil.
Spinning off my prior comments, a lot is going on in the licensure community. And I think this suggested rule change gets us to where we need to be. We heard from the ASDA representative yesterday in committee about some of the challenges with live patients. I won't belabor you with my own opinions from the past on that prior rule.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I won't mention it, but I'll mention it. And just a lot is happening. And looking at the lay of the land, this is an appropriate rule change to offer both of those options for students. So.
Okay. All right, Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Ms. Laura Jones.
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
4.
Dr. Martin Melcher.
Abstain.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. George Kirich in favor, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
So the motion carries 8-1, 1 abstaining.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
And next, Ms. Stutter, do you want to lead us in the next discussion as well?
Yes, and so this is concerning Rule 101.2, and the language is to update the rule to reflect the merger of CDCA, RAB, and CETA, to show that the name change of CERTA has been changed to states resources for testing and assessments, and it's to change the time period the board will accept examination results, specifically from 5 years to, it's changed to 7 years. And the board or the committee recommended to approve this language.
Ms. Jones motions to accept committee recommendation. No second is needed. Any discussion on this?
Dr. Henderson?
Dr. Henderson?
I would like to hear from the committee how they came about with the 5 years to 7 year time period.
You know, we had this discussion at the last committee meeting, and Dr. McNeil brought up a really good point that oral surgeon residencies usually take 5 to 6 years, some up to 7. So to make it fair for those who are not able to practice before they get out of the residency, to have to re-examine and take a licensing test here in the state of Texas. That's how that rule came about.
Further discussion.
Was that just based on the oral surgery tool degree time frame period?
I believe so.
The oral surgery non-MD route?
Correct. And I think we had a pretty robust discussion. It can be a 4, 5, 6 year program. There can be a fellowship after that as well.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm bringing this up and I'm not, is do we have any other states that accept that duration time period? Do we know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Another point that topic that was brought up during this discussion was that the committee found itself accepting exception to board rule when applicants were coming, maybe being 6 years since they'd examined, mostly because they'd been in additional educational programs. And so this, they thought, would cut back on that.
Well, that's exactly where my concern is with this rule change. Most oral surgery programs are dual degree, but there are a lot that aren't. But it would allow a dental hygienist to go to the Caymans and practice and be eligible for up to 7 years, because we've now changed this language to a 7 year time period. I just want the board to be aware that by lengthening that, you're applying it to everybody, not just oral surgeons that are in a training program. So I'm a little bit more lenient, or would rather leave it as the 5 years. And then if the oral surgeon comes in and says, hey, look, I finished my residency at Johns Hopkins, I want to come to Texas, will you give me a license? And I think most, as you said, that's what we do. Or we put some kind of language, if you're an oral maxillofacial surgeon, you get a dual degree, 6 year program will give you up to that 6 years to give you that language. But I'm just pitching that out for a discussion.
Well, we actually even discussed 0, because it's like for the past several meetings, we have granted so many exceptions because people are a week late or they're, and that's why we moved to 7, because we kept granting so many exceptions to it, as well as the oral surgery issue.
Yeah.
So I firmly agree with Dr. Henderson's comments on this. And I think unless we make an exception, you put in there that they have demonstrated that the residency program they've been in has been 5 up to 7 years, because I think if not, this exception to board rules, we're going to start seeing it's just opening up a can of worms. So I'm not in favor of this verbiage on here.
Dr.
No, we still have a practice requirement, do we not, as far as the 3 years out of the past 5?
Not only if they,
for-
this would just be, If they apply for licensure by credential, but not by examination.
So we're talking about regional boards.
Right.
So in other words, if they took it 7 years ago, then we're.
So, you know,
You can come in by examination.
I'm Brian Henderson. I decided to go out and practice general dentistry 4 years. Then I go do my oral surgery residency. I'm way past that. And then I decided I'm gonna come to Texas, and I was practicing in Oklahoma. You know, that 5-year time period really doesn't even apply to that.
I guess on the flip side of it, what makes 5 years so special? Like, why, you know what I mean? Like, would it be 2 years or 3 years? Like I mean, I've been in on licensing, like I see the exceptions that we make. I'm not saying let's go down the other way, but I'm just saying like,
Right.
you know, 5, 7, 3, none.
When does the regional
Unlimited.
board become invalid?
Right.
Exactly.
When does it become invalid?
I mean, we even had a discussion to just eliminate it completely. Once you pass your board, you pass your board, you show you're competent, you're passed.
While you're practicing, you've had no, board orders, you've.
Right.
Exactly.
been working.
We did talk about just eliminating that number completely.
The other challenge, you can get into a situation that if you force someone to retake the exam, they may be a specialist and they're being forced to retake the general dental exam.
What are doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're doing their CE, they're following the rules, it's. We don't have the answer. I think 7 years is start.
Can I call the question?
Do we do a separate carve out for dentistry versus hygiene? Because what I think I hear you guys having concerns about hygiene going that long of 7 years. Is that appropriate or not
I was just
appropriate?
being. It is 2 different rules.
It is 2 different rules. We're only discussing the dentist right now. We didn't let them
10
together.
years.
Yeah, the next one is hygiene. It's the same language on both of them. All right, I'll
We
call
still
the
have a-
question.
Yeah, we still have a.
Let's just vote and see what happens. Okay, yeah. All right, Dr. Linda Burke.
Yeah, she got to put on calling.
Did you say it publicly or did he make it public?
Okay, I'm not calling the question. Yeah,
He rescinds his.
I'll take that back, sorry.
Didn't really mean.
No, I didn't
Let's
really.
make that call the question.
Yes.
All right, do we want,
Let's go ahead and take roll.
all right, Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. Lori Jones. I mean, sorry, Miss.
Oh.
Dr. Iman Maldonado.
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
That's right.
okay. Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Or
Dr. George Kirk in favor, and Dr. David Yu. 4. The motion carries 8 to 1. One abstain. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Stutter, if you can lead us on the next, on the hygiene. It's the
Yes.
same language,
Right,
same rule,
yes.
same language.
Yes, just for the dental hygiene. So the rule 103.2, the proposals was to reflect the merger of the examining boards, update CERTA's name, and then change the examination requirements, the time period that we'll receive those from 5 to 7. And the committee voted to approve.
Any discussion?
I would like just to make a discussion.
Okay.
point. I think it's good for us to even put that out there to see what stakeholders say about this change from 5 to 7. If it's, reflective of the.
We can always change it. Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Can I make it? So since we likely won't have a stakeholder meeting on this, I would just like to publicly say that if anyone does have any feelings about this, they can submit public comment to the rule when it's proposed. And that would be a great way to let the board know how they feel about it.
Was there any public comments yesterday for these 2? From any stakeholders?
Not on this particular topic, no. We did have a public comment related to the live patient and she signed in and we're going to take her during the public comment section of the agenda.
like the roll call?
Oh, we need to make a motion.
There's a motion, I have discussion. Whenever. I would like to maybe ask staff to look at maybe some other language in other states regarding how long they accept these deals. So maybe there'll be a short report because stakeholders may not care because they already got their license.
Yeah.
People that might care would be the deans of the dental schools.
All the hygiene.
And so we did hear from one today. It might be nice to verify what they thought process or their thought process, or maybe the organizational that give these regional exams, how other states may be doing and kind of give us some feedback so we can maybe make some discussion of adoption.
I concur with that, or even just how long is the exam valid for? Like, there's some kind of research or anything out there that's on that.
I generally have a rule that a 5-year board exam, if you're not practicing it, you probably need to retake it. So that's, I think a 5-year number is kind of a reasonable number. I don't know that 7 is a deal breaker either, but you wouldn't want me doing a crown prep on you. And, you know, I mean, there's a time frame of when those skills need to be re-examined before we let them work on the public. And that's kind of where I would like to have some feedback. See how other states do.
Long, to be honest with you.
Well, and it
If
could
I
be.
had prepped the 2 years, I'd be a little worried.
Well, it probably had that 5 years in for the original oral surgery residency, because most residencies end at that time.
That's right.
1 or 2 years.
That's right.
They probably had that 5-year in historically.
I was gonna say, I know we're on the dental hygiene rules since we already voted on the dental one. But there are a lot of hygienists that, you know, they work until they have children and they may take off 5 or 10 years and they go back right to work when they want to. And we have no rules saying that if you haven't worked for 5 years or 7 years, you have to go take the regional exam again if you're licensed in this state. So it's like, why are we doing that to everybody else?
Well, I'll let him go.
Well, I was just gonna say, most of those people keep their license current. They don't let them
Right.
lapse. And it's those people that let them lapse, whether you're working or not, you've got to do CE. You've got to,
Right.
so it's the people that I went and took my board. I'm gonna go snow skiing in Colorado
Right.
for 3 years.
Why Colorado?
You know, I want to be a snow bunny. So, you know, it's just, yeah. So that's really where it's at. They may not have the hand skills when they go back, but they've been taking their education requirements that we require licensees to maintain.
But they're still not doing clinical practice.
But we don't have that for anybody. Someone who's a dean of a
Yeah.
dental school never holds it, but they probably have a
Right.
dental license.
Yeah.
Right? But isn't the point that it's the regional exam, which right now is grading the clinical aspect of dental hygiene?
Or dental, yeah, right.
Well, I'm just talking about the dental hygiene
Right.
part.
Would you like me to roll call on this? Sir?
Yeah. Ms. Nichols, do you have a comment?
Yeah, yeah.
He made my point about the CEs and keeping the license on.
Any other discussion? So please.
Want clarification?
Yeah.
As long as they are keeping up, maintaining their license,
CEs.
fees, all of that. It's just, is this particular motion about if they are not keeping up with it or if they are?
It's for initial.
It's for initial licensure. So you're applying by examination,
First one.
your first one. Yeah.
Or somebody coming in from another state. that
Right.
Has been practicing for
Right.
2 years, you know, when we
We're
go
the
by
Texas license.
licensure by exam.
We often see people like at the licensing committee who are not going to be able to apply by credentials. So they could apply by examination. And if they've taken a regional exam within this now 7 years, and they met all the requirements, we could license them.
It's journal licensing.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay, any other discussion?
All right, Dr. Linda Burke,
Or
Brian Henderson.
Four.
Lori Jones.
4.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
4.
Dr. Michael Melcher.
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Maurice Carriage, 4. And Dr. David Duke. 4. Okay. Motion carried unanimously.
Who made the motion?
It was Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Yeah, and it came out of committee, so we didn't need a second. Dr. Yu, this concludes my lengthy.
That was a great discussion, guys. Thank you so much. So next on the agenda is Dental Practice Committee. Dr. Burke?
Thank you. I would also like to thank my committee members that were present yesterday, Dr. Brian Henderson, Dr. Yvonne Maldonado, Ms. Lois Palermo, and Dr. David Yu. We only had one action item come out of our committee yesterday, and our committee did vote unanimously to adopt the repeal of Rule 108.25, dental healthcare workers as published in the July 8, 2022 issue of the Texas Register.
So the motion on the floor was to adopt the committee recommendation. Do I hear motion for that? So Dr. Kirsch motions, and it does not need a second as it came from committee. Any discussion? Dr. Harrison, do you want to review this or? Are you okay?
I love it.
And it was a nice break from tomorrow. When we did that. So motions on the floor. Let's go ahead and show hands and say aye for those in favor.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, board. So the motion carries from committee.
Okay, we also discussed OSHA reminders for our stakeholders. And so what our staff is going to do is work on getting an OSHA checklist uploaded to our website that hopefully will be helpful to stakeholders as just reminders. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. Great committee work. Disciplinary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to my committee members. We have a small committee, but very vibrant discussion. Dr. Maldonado, Dr. Melcher, and Dr. Yu. You have in your packet there some clinical vignettes that sort of form somewhat of a basis of discussion for our committee. And we really had a pretty robust discussion between board members and legal, and Ms. Diane Rhodes with the TDA was gracious enough to sort of give some input. And I think we all agreed that it's a work in progress, and how I know we've talked before as a board about sort of if we can shift from being a little bit less reactionary, a little more preventative and proactive on certain measures, that will protect the public in Texas, and that can help support our licensees as well. So we're going to continue to work on some constructs and some ideas, think about how we can change things internally at the board. It may involve some modifications of things on the website to make it a little bit more user friendly, so people are easier time seeing the rules, and come up with some ideas for newsletters that get some information out there. We talked about sort of interacting with the continuing education providers, and maybe as we have disciplinary review committee meetings, that we have an opportunity to talk about various issues. We talked a fair amount about some of the things we see that cause some mortality issues involving blood pressure, for instance, and administration of certain local anesthetics with epinephrine. So we really had a great discussion. I thank the committee for that, and I look forward to seeing how we can evolve as we move forward. And that's the end of my report.
Any discussion? Thank you for your committee's work, Dr. McNeil. And next is Anesthesia Committee, Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. I would like to also thank my committee members, Dr. Yu and Ms. Jones, and Dr. McNeil, and Dr. Burke, and Dr. Kirsch. We had a very quick anesthesia meeting. Our discussion to ask for an exception on board rules for 2022-Q4 DDS1 was discussed, and I'd like to make a motion out of committee that we deny his request for exception to board rules. It came out of committee as a unanimous vote as well.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Dr. Henderson, I believe, made that motion.
I did.
I'm sorry. You make that motion?
I did.
Okay.
I may.
We have different, there's different camps of thought on this, but that's good.
I've
Yeah,
been
that's
doing
that's fine.
I just need to have a voice saying I make a motion and
Good talk.
That's fine. He can make a motion. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Dr. Henderson made the motion, and let's go ahead and call, or any discussion.
well, there's discussion.
No discussion, and let's go ahead and call. it.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Ms. Lori Jones, Dr. Yvonne Maldonado,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher, Dr. Robert McNeil, 4, Ms. Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. George Kirsch in favor, and Dr. David Duke. 4. And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
next on our committee action, we had discussion of the 110.16 and 110.17. We didn't really separate them. We talked about some high risk and pediatric. And Ms. Studdard, if you would like to add anything on discussion, we had no action. So we just had lively discussion on those two rules.
No, I think the gist of it was just this is a discussion point to put it out there in the public that, and the example I used was if a level 2 permit holder had authorization to provide sedation anesthesia to high risk or pediatric patients, and then later on, that same dentist applied to become a level 3 permit holder, they would need to come back to the board to receive authorization to continue to sedate high risk or pediatric patients.
And based on the discussion the committee had yesterday, we'll be adding this information to our newsletter. Also with a reminder about ASA classifications that was previously published that Dr. McNeil wrote.
And I believe, just to add, if someone had a 3 and went to a 2, they wouldn't have to because it was a higher permit.
Right.
So I just wanted to, if people drop down in their permit and they had a high risk or pediatric certification, they wouldn't have to come back. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, so if they go from a 2 to a 3, what do they need to do?
So if they received authorization at their 2 level to sedate high risk for pediatric patients, and then they applied to become a level 3, they would need to come back to the board to receive authorization to continue to sedate high risk anesthesia, high risk and pediatric patients. At that level, at the level 3 level.
That's according to the rule that you have to apply at your highest level.
Yeah.
But it's the opposite, you know, if you downgrade your, so you don't have to reapply. Any other discussions? Okay, so there's no action, only guidance from committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Review that concludes the anesthesia committee report.
Thank you, sir. Good job on your committee. Any public comments?
Miss Clara Colmetz. She addressed the licensing committee yesterday, and she represents the American Student Dental Association.
I do. Thank you so much for allowing me to address you again. I know I spoke to most of you yesterday. My name is Clara. I serve as a District 9 trustee for the American Student Dental Association, which means I represent the dental school chapters in Texas, Colorado, and Oklahoma. I'm also a 4th-year student at Houston Dental School. And I just want to really commend you guys for your actions today, and being able to see this legislative process has been amazing. I've really loved getting to be here and listen to all the discussions happening and seeing the future of our profession moving forward. It gives me a lot of hope for my future career when I'm just starting out. You know, as has been fighting for ethical non-patient based licensure for a long time, you know, at least 25 years, as Dr. McNeil said yesterday. And I really hope to continue the discussion further down the road. And I just want to really thank you guys for considering us as students and considering the simulation non-patient based alternative licensure. So thank you so much for being here and for doing the work that you do.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Hold on, any comments? Questions? Okay. You have a bright future. Thank you for being a part of the process. That's great to see. Thank you. Agent activity.
I think was Dr. LeCue, one of the licensing applicants would like to address the board. during public comment. Dr. LeCue.
Leque.
LeCue, sorry.
Yes.
You can let him in. Dr. LeCue,
Yes, yes. Hello.
hi, you have the board's attention.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me again. I understand now, and I apologize. Yesterday, I was under the wrong impression. That was my fault in regards to applying with the wrong term, considering their credentialing. But I must have misread the requirements in there, because what I understood initially is that in addition to the type of licensing, either examination or credentialing, I was supposed to submit my proof of a foreign trained eligibility. Considering that the motion and the request was denied, considering that I have not received a DADS or DMD from a U.S. accredited dental school, and with the board consideration that the application that I submitted fulfills pretty much everything that the credentialing by examination has, in addition to credentialing by examination for that form, and also, minus just that the pay is, a lot more in the credentialing part. Would the board consider doing an exception if my application switched from credentialing to examination, if the only thing that I'm not meeting in that record be my regional board, since I already took the regional board before and have been in practice in good status and record, and I guess all the recommendations in regard to my practice and character are in front of the board.
Dr. LeCue, thank you for your comments to the board. So our licensing staff will reach out to you, be happy to answer your question. You would have to submit that the licensure by examination application, and then we'll review it and we'll get back to you. And then if it needs to come back before the committee and the board, we'll take that route as well.
Okay.
But that's something the board can take action on today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Nope.
So
Well, there's a few listed on our board package. Do we need to address those, or can we say they're in our board package? We've read them and looked on, or how do you want to? The public comment?
Yeah, we just look at.
Oh, those are just for your review.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're not overlooking them and that we, okay.
So just for clarification, the public has the opportunity to come verbally address the board, or they can submit written comment to you.
Right. One board member to know.
Good question. Are public comments made public?
Sure. I mean, we don't post them anywhere, but if anyone asks for them, we send them to them.
After removing their personal information.
Right. If there's any identifying information, we'll remove that. Email addresses, phone numbers, that's what we'll.
Okay, agency activity reports, the executive division.
Oh,
Ms.
yes.
Nichols.
My turn. Yes, thank you. So it's been a busy time, as Dr. Yu mentioned. We did really relocate to the new George H.W. Bush building. It's really beautiful. I can't wait for you guys to see it. If you're ever here in Austin and you want to come have a visit, I mean, you're here now, but another time.
We want now.
Yeah, right.
Field trip.
I did go and see it on Wednesday.
Good.
It was big. You have a gorgeous corner office.
Yeah,
with a
it's-
huge screen TV.
Yeah. Oh, is it good? Good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility, and it's large. I mean,
Yeah.
y'all's offices are large. I don't mean office, personal office.
Yeah,
The whole
the space,
office
the whole space.
It's very nice, beautiful views, gorgeous building.
Yeah. Yeah, we love it. It's really pretty. It's going to be even better once it's finished and we have our parking, and there's going to be a lot of green space between our building and the Bullock building. We look directly down onto the Capitol. It's going to be really nice. That building will be open to us to reserve for space for our meetings starting in early 2023. So hopefully in time for our February board meeting. We are working with the Texas Facilities Commission to find space for our November meeting. I mentioned to a few of you yesterday that we are looking at meeting at the Capitol Extension. That's where we have that reserved now. And I think you'll really like it. For those of you who haven't been to the Capitol Extension, it's really pretty. There's a souvenir shop and it should be pretty plug and play for our IT team. Obviously, we'll scope it out well before November, well before we have to post meeting information. But we'll find a space for November and get that settled well in advance, let you guys know where we're going to be. So our informal settlement conferences will continue in Hobby through September. And I think for the October meeting, we're going to look at having them at Bush, our new building, because there is a shared conference room on our floor that we can go ahead and start utilizing. In your board materials, you can see our proposed dates for 2023. I don't need you all to vote on them or anything, but I just wanted you to take a look at them. Make sure that we didn't miss any like huge conflicts of interest with any of the regional boards or ADEX or any conferences, something of that nature. When Wendy goes through and finds these dates, what she's usually looking for is conflicts with events going on here in Austin. So football season, graduations, that kind of thing. Those dates are really close to the dates we had this year that seem to work really well. So just let me know if you see anything that's going to be a huge conflict.
Well, just a little point that the TDA meeting is the 4th, May 4th to 6th.
Okay.
But our board meeting is 3 to 4, so you'll be missing a day of the TDA meeting.
It's 4 and 5. So if the preference would be for us to change that, just let me know.
Which one is that one for?
May of 2023.
To do it to which day?
The following week or?
I'm not following.
Get back with me. Just take a look. Let me know if we can avoid big conflicts, we'd like to. Board member vacancy, as Dr. Yu said, we are still waiting to fill Ms. Pride's position. I spoke with Blake Roach, our government appointment liaison, 2 Fridays ago, and they are going to be starting the interview process for applicants soon, and he hopes to fill that position within the next month. So if you have anyone you'd like to recommend who you think would be a great board member to serve on this board, please send them the information for the governor's appointments liaison. Blake always really likes when we send applicants over. So we will have 2 open positions on the Anesthesia Advisory Committee. We have 2 members whose appointments will expire in December, and we'll have that information up on the website. It's already up there now. We're gonna we had a reminder in our last newsletter. We'll post another reminder. We have had several applications come in, which is great. Just as a reminder, we need a periodontist and a pediatric dentist with either a level 2 sedation permit or level 3 sedation permit. So again, we'll have that advertisement in the newsletter. We'll probably send out another email blast. That information is already on the website, and any interested parties should send their application to Wendy, and that information also is on the board member website. Dr. Yu will review those applications and present his nominations to the full board at our November meeting. The reason we're doing that a little early, even though the 2 appointed members' appointments won't expire until December, is that our deadline to get all the materials out is the end of November. So we want to go ahead and have the new members in place. So that's just my little advertisement there. Quick word about the licensing expo. I just want to say a huge thank you to Christine and her team, really all of our staff members. Everyone jumped in. This was an all hands on deck event, and it was just a great success. we were able to serve over 440 recent graduates during the 2-day event. Dr. Yu, we really appreciated his participation. He was able to attend both days of the event. We had that great little step and repeat for photos, which was fun. Christine just does an amazing job with this event. She and her team are so motivated. Everybody had matching shirts, and it was just, it was really good. It was a really good event. We got-
Picture too. I like it.
yeah. Everybody had fun with it, which was good. And, you know, it was nice to do it after the break from COVID.
Oh, yeah. Can I make a comment?
Sure.
So, you know, we set the bar as the only state doing this,
Mhm.
and kudos to Ms. Mendez, because she's the one that actually devised the plan, and the board, kudos, because they were all in on it. But it was an amazing, well orchestrated, like perfect, you know, setup, and you guys had it together. It was very impressive.
Yeah, huge thank you to Christine and our IT team and our legal team, everybody. They participated, they helped. We had people on a schedule here for 2 days. It was really great. I had several other executive directors see the event going on and come and ask me about it because they're interested in doing it for their licensees. So, you know, we're kind of set the bar there.
I mean, it's a lot of work for a couple of days, but in the long run, it helps everyone. It gets the licensees.
For sure.
And it actually is less work later on too.
For sure.
So.
Can I say something real quick? I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Mendez as well. When I went up there, she took time. She and her team were the only ones kind of up there. Lee was up there too at the building.
Yeah.
But took her time to give me a tour of the whole facility. It's about 15 minutes. And I do appreciate it. And I wanted to get it out there. Thank you, Christine, for doing that. I really appreciate it. I know y'all are really busy. So, thank you.
And I would just like to commend you all as well. The licensing expo is a way for us to sort of humanize the agency. And if we look at trying to be proactive and preventative, our licensees are getting a first look at us as an agency, and they see matching shirts. They see you there, David, you there, you, and everyone else. It really sets a good tone, and that can be helpful as they move throughout their careers and we do what we do. So I commend you guys for doing it, and it is awesome. And I love the example we're setting for other agencies too.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, legal was here, and we had some of our legal admins with their notary stamp. You know, if somebody didn't get their application notarized appropriately, we were able to do that for them on the spot. Like, it was just, and really, we tried to move as many people through as possible, and it was a really great event. We had people queued up outside the building at the crack of dawn. So long day for everyone, 2 long days for everyone, but highly worth it. And then last but not least, the ink is just drying on our legislative appropriations request for the 2024-2025 biennium. So that will be presented, that's submitted to the legislative budget board and then the governor's office. And then ultimately we'll be sending that to the legislature, both the House and the Senate, and we'll have those hearings once legislative session starts. But you can see that we had 4 exceptional item requests, and I'll just go through those briefly. The first one being employee compensation. We're asking for a 10% salary increase across the board for all eligible employees. And mostly that's based on inflation and the price of living in Austin. It's just to give our employees a living wage. I mean, we have a lot of employees that have to work 2-3 jobs. So we got together with a multitude of other state agencies, and we drafted a unified statement with these other state agencies. Everybody agreed across the board. We were all asking for 10%, some higher based on the position. We did contract with Prudential Global Network to provide data to support our request for employee compensation. You can see that PowerPoint in your materials. And there's certain positions, unfortunately, Lawrence being one of them, that are woefully underpaid. And so we're using that data to request that we can get more money for our folks. So they're listed in order of priority. So the second request we have in there is the restoration of our Director of Investigations position. During the 5% reduction in May of 2020, per the governor's request, we did lose that position. And Ms. Heber has stepped into that role and done a great job. That division has thrived under her leadership. The numbers speak for themselves. She's a natural leader, and we just love her so much. And so we really want to restore both the title and the salary to that position to compensate her for the work that she's doing. Third on the list is we are statutorily mandated to part of Health Professions Council, HPC. We are one of their member agencies. We fund them along with many other agencies, and they need a position in FTE to manage the regulatory database. So we are asking for funds to cover our portion of that position's salary. And then last but not least, the Professional Recovery Network has expressed need to increase their budget. And so we would need legislative approval to give them any more money or to collect any more money on their behalf. And so we will be doing that as a courtesy to them. And then again, if you have any questions as you go through the employee compensation study that's in your materials, please let me know. We had a good experience working with Prudential Global Network. That company was recommended to us by the medical board. Several other boards did also contract them to do similar market studies. And I think we were all pretty happy with the results that we got from them, especially since we had such a quick turnaround between the move, LAR being due. So it was nice to be able to have somebody else field that data for us. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Nichols, I think your report is fascinating. It just shows what kind of leadership you do to all the other agency departments. It does take a captain to float this ship a little bit. And it's been a dramatic change from going from the hobby building to the new building, from the IT on up, and it's still not finished. And everyone's working harder, and if you look at that data, way undervalued. And I personally thank you, because I think we have a really good agency and we have good people in here that are working hard and donating more of their time and not really being respected financially. So I hope that LAR and your hard work and leadership is going to get this. So I'm tired of having our agency pirated by other agencies.
Yeah.
Thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So next on the agenda, we have Finance Administration Division Report, Ms. Capel.
Hello and good morning. It's nice to see everyone. If you look at the board materials that have been uploaded, you can see that the fines, the remedial plan, and any penalties that we have collected. And as a quick reminder, any fees, any of the money that is received by the agency does not go directly to the agency. It does go to the state's general revenue fund. That was just a quick reminder, because sometimes people forget that that's not why we have the fees that we have. Our budget is set by the legislature. The other item that I have is how much the agency has expended for the dental review panel and also expert witnesses, and then how much we've paid out for PRN. So if you have any questions on those, I'd be happy to try to answer them. And then lastly, we have our operating budget through part of July. It has been an extremely busy time, which is why it's in the middle of the month. We're in a very good position as far as the fiscal year. Right now, we're waiting for those final invoices to come in from the move and several big ticket items. And we're in the middle of getting that taken care of as the invoices come in. We were able to have some funds that were left over, and we distributed that amongst the staff. So as a gesture of goodwill, we know that they deserve so much more, and we hope that with the language that was chosen for the LAR, that we'll have a good outcome. So, and if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I have one question. So you were saying that I was looking at the fines and everything for this year.
Yes.
Those funds go back to the general revenue?
Correct. They do not come directly to the agency. Everything that we collect, whether it's fees, fines, penalties, everything gets deposited directly to the general revenue fund.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because we not only have this going to the general revenue fund, but also the license renewal fees and the license fees.
That is correct.
So when we go to the LAR and we're saying, you know, we make X amount of money for license renewals and license fees, I never realized, well, I never really thought about it, I guess, really, that the fines should be added in with that, with the LAR. When, you know, you're trying to make a budget with the legislature, it's like we're actually putting in more money than just license fees.
That's correct. So we cost the state about 4 million and we make the state about 8 million.
Yeah, that's.
We are a profitable agency for the state.
Yes, yes.
That is correct. All of the revenue breakdown is available in the LAR. It's broken down by the coding of the fees. So you could take a look at that if you want to get an idea of how much we actually bring in.
Ms. Capel, thank you for your report. And looking at the budget, one of my questions was the move included in that July date yet? And so we're anticipating being tighter than the budget appears after the move, or you think we're covered and okay with the move?
We are definitely covered. We just got one of the first invoices for the move. The invoice is on hold because we are waiting for a couple of items to be corrected as far as the furniture that was ordered. But yeah, all of the end of year items are slowly trickling in. Usually we'll complete our annual financial report by the beginning of October. But even at that point, we're still estimating a little bit because some of those invoices come in pretty late.
Yeah, let's get those invoices in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I just have to say a huge thank you to Leticia for her work during that. The LAR this year was just extra special. We had a lot of network issues related to the move. A lot of other agencies had network issues related to the move. So we were having to kind of piecemeal information as it came in. And she was a trooper and just always kept her cool and we got it done. So huge thank you to her.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being the agency's rock.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Other comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Capel. Next, we have the licensing division, Ms. Mendez.
Hi, good morning, board members. So I have my reports there. We have the anesthesia report, we have the CE audit report, and we have our in general licensing applications that were processed, the numbers, which is the fiscal year 2022 report. Just to start off with my report, the anesthesia program, the inspections are currently scheduled through September of 2022. April compliance letters have been sent. TSBDE welcomed Ms. Patricia DeGroot on July 18th. Ms. DeGroot has several years of administrative experience. She will be assisting the current admin with answering calls and responding to licensing agency received emails. Currently, our processing dates for the initial applications, I know on there it has some dates, but they're outdated. So let me just give you the current ones as of this morning. We're currently processing dental applications received on July 25th, hygiene applications received on July 28th, and dental assistant applications received on August the 10th. And so there has been a slight delay, you know, with the move and trying to get everything together and organized. And then with the lack of you know, our new admin. So we're a little bit behind on catching up. So we're getting through it the best that we can as quickly as possible without trying not to make hardly any mistakes, right? We don't want to overlook any documents or get anything misplaced. So we just ask that applicants, you know, just bear with us. We're getting through it as quickly, as efficiently as possible. But if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one thing I didn't want to mention earlier, and this is probably past my time, but just kind of I don't need you guys don't have to respond. Just a comment regarding the 5-year rule for the dentist and the assistant hygienist is that maybe at some point we could look at possibly offering or developing or reaching out to our dental programs and hygiene programs about maybe developing a refresher course. So that way they don't have to re-examine after a certain time limit and we don't have that issue. But that's all I have to say on that. And then happy to answer your questions.
Actually, a really good idea.
Mhm. There's, we can add that to an agenda item. Sure. To talk about. Any question, Dr. McNeil?
Just commending Ms. Mendez and her entire team for the work you do. You know, at licensing, the licensing process, examination versus credentials can be fairly complicated. And you do a very good job at clarifying things. To try to be proactive, I want to put an idea in your mind and your team is to consider doing a video that ends up being on the board website that kind of explains our process. I see eyes from legal over there as I say it, but once again, from a regulatory standpoint, people have a hard time reading legalese. You have a great ability, and I've seen you do it with people in our committee explaining the process. That can always be a helpful thing. So I'll push you guys to consider that as a potential option.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. And we're talking about the application process, correct?
Right.
Okay. We did have quite a bit of folks that had some issues at the expo with the application process, and it was really good to be there in the forefront and say, look, Dr. McNeil, this is what I'm showing you where you incorrectly answered this or you skipped through it. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I wanted to commend you, Ms. Mendez, just for thinking outside the box as well. Like, this is great, you know, let alone the expo that's been so successful for many years, but you know, just, you've always been so helpful and I just appreciate you. I did have a question about the licensing report. Just looking through those numbers, there seems to be a lot of canceled. Canceled just seems to be exponentially higher than it's been in the past. And is that correct, or is it? Is it normally that many canceled, or?
So just recently, I think last board meeting in May, we started including those canceled numbers. Dr. Yu requested to see those, and so it's good. So we just kept it in the report. So yes, that's what it looks like. That's I don't want to say normal, but that's about right for the cancellation folks. But I will add, after the last board meeting in May, we had an influx of calls and emails from dental assistants trying to, oh, I didn't realize it was canceled. You know, I think it's helpful we discuss this stuff, you know, publicly, because, you know, dentists are hearing it, hygienists are hearing it, it's coming out in the newsletter, you know, so it's bringing to light a lot of these issues. But yes, those numbers are about right.
Any other questions? Ms. Palermo?
Yeah, I just had a quick question because I was looking at the continuing education audits. What happens with these 466 people that are non-compliant? Do those licenses just get canceled then? Or, I mean, if they just don't do anything for that 2 years, or?
So yes, correct. So the renewal will never take place until they have been in compliance. So they can eventually cancel, yes.
Dr. Henderson.
Mendez, thank you for your report on the anesthesia. Again, I'll keep an eye on that. You're doing a great job with Lee. But I kind of noticed in your screen, is that a new office that you're sitting in? I'd like to see how those abode. Can you take that?
It is. Look at that.
The rest of the office. That's really nice. Hardly.
And it's got screens on it right now because I didn't want it to be like you wouldn't be able to see me in here. But yeah, it is a really nice building. You guys are going to be blown by it. It's really nice.
I'm glad you like your new house since you are living there.
Right.
Yeah. True story. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. And you know, I have to tell you that you have the most thankless job, because you have a lot of complaints. because that's all you hear. But the problem is that we have to remind licensees and applicants that the dental license is not a right. It's a privilege. It is, and it's a privilege granted by the state and the governor and the state legislatures, and but our board's purpose is public safety, and licensing in particular isn't just the front line, it's the first line. And if it means that, God forbid, the applicants fill out their forms correctly and seal their envelopes from proof of residency or verify and the board has to verify their identity, you're doing a great job protecting the public and our purpose. And I know they can be frustrated, but you guys have an overwhelming job to do, tracking, verifying, and researching each applicant. And I'd say that the minimum that applicants should do is submit what the board needs. And so it speeds things up for them. So, thank you for all you do and your work, and it's overwhelming, but and especially with the move also. We really value you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yu. And just to add, I couldn't do it without my team. You guys know, you guys saw it firsthand, Casey, with the expo. You don't have a good team on board with you, and you won't be successful, right?
All right. Thank you. Dr. Bell, the dental division report.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu, and good morning still, board members. You'll find my report uploaded in your materials. Things are moving along pretty much as normal. We did have a little downtick in productivity due to the move, and as they already mentioned, some network issues associated with that. I still think we'll be okay to have enough cases for the planned ISCs. And I just want to thank my team for, when things did come back online, everybody really put their head down and moved, a lot of cases, efficiently, but accurately as well. We have a total of 3 DRP mentees proposed for your approval today. I have that color coding system. You'll see the key. And all these 3 were in green. They really did a nice job with their training and the reports. Regardless, they still receive all the feedback that both legal and the dental division has for them regarding the reports. However, they don't show, according to the current key, to need any additional training prior to them being assigned cases. So if you have any questions on anything, be happy to answer.
Motion to accept.
Yes, any questions for Dr. Bell? So the motion on the floor is to approve the dental review applicants, the 3.
I think someone needs to make that motion.
Ms. Jones did,
And I seconded.
and Dr. Keir second.
I'm sorry. Ms. Jones made the motion and Dr. Keir second. Sorry about that. And let's go ahead and show hands and say aye for all in favor.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you so much, board.
Dr. Bell, did you have anything else? Sorry, that was kind of confusing with the vote.
Oh, no, my report has concluded, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Bell, thank you for all your work, and I'm glad we have more applicants. I think they'll help out a lot. All right.
Yes.
So investigations, Ms. Heber.
Thank you, Dr. Yu, and good morning, board members. Investigations team, happy to report we are still fully staffed with no pending resignations or retirements. We do occasionally buy lottery tickets though, so that always can change.
Could be a possibility.
As you can see from the report, we had another great quarter. Due to a series of unfortunate events with the server and the move and the little glitches here and there, we had 2 cases that were over 75 days. But I tell the team, we are going to ride the waves that we can't control, and we're going to work hard to finish out August and start fiscal year 23 really strong. In the report, I again included the stats from 4 years ago, and that shows the amazing progress that this team has made, and I'm happy to be a small part of it. They do the work. I come to the meetings and assign cases, but they're a great team and I appreciate them. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Don't hang your head down on the 2% because, for the public, the metric of cases were 90 days and investigations raised their bar to 75. But if you look at the cases like we're seeing in 2018, most of the board members weren't even here at that time. Dr. McNeil and I were just appointed at that time. And those cases were over 70 days were 69% of the cases. Now you're less than 2%. So I think your work is incredible and, great work between you, Dr. Bell, and your entire team. So thank you. Any comments or questions for Ms. Hebert? Dr.
To you, that's a wonderful point. Is I got to ride that wave of the complaints and the legislators who did not like their delayed deal. And it's not just this, it's licensing, it's everything. So the whole agency is so different and so much better organized and run. Hence, Ms. Nichols.
Ms. Nichols.
doing a good job.
No, it's them. Like really, guys.
Thank you.
It's all girl power. Any other questions for Ms. Hebert? Thank you so much and keep it up. Appreciate you. I know it's going to be harder now. So
she set the bar.
Yeah, the problem is you set the bar. So a little down tick is still acceptable for us. Ms. Studdard, legal.
Yes, and so you'll see legal's report in your materials, which shows our numbers for the fourth quarter. The numbers are a little bit lower, and I think that's due to the fact that we're still training our newest staff attorney, and also for the fact that we're not seeing as many cases. Our ISC numbers have dropped from 4 a month to 2 a month. So that's a good thing. And I'd also like to introduce to you our newest staff attorney, Natalie Smith. She began working for the board a little over a month ago on July 1st. Some of you have already met her at ISCs, and you'll continue to see her at ISCs in the future. And we're very excited to work with her. On a sad note, 2 of our staff attorneys are resigning from the agency this month. Carrie Bruner and Sonia Subash have accepted positions at another agency. Carrie has been with the agency for 2 years, and Sonia has been with the agency for 4 years. And we have enjoyed working with them both. They will be missed, but we wish them the best of luck in their new positions. And we have posted already. And so if anyone knows any attorneys who would like to
Please
work
send them to us.
for the agency, please send them our way.
There's a place for you and Dr. McNeil.
Yeah, if you guys know any attorneys.
Yeah, they're both going to the same agency and we wish them well. It's a great agency where they're going.
Well, and thank you for your leadership.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chatsy Camp is, my whole team is like everyone has been saying. I really enjoy working with everyone, and it's we work well together. So I appreciate that.
Dr. Mulch.
Lauren, thank you again for what y'all do. As far as with the SOA cases, a while back, some of the board members have expressed an interest in sitting in on them for those of us that have never done that.
Yes.
Don't know if there's the opportunity for that still to occur. Maybe there's not any, which is a good thing, if there's no cases going on, but if and when, if y'all would just send that reminder.
Thank you for reminding me. I know you've mentioned that to us before. So yes, thank you for that. I'll let you know.
Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Studdard, thank you for your report. I know I'm going to miss Sonia and Carrie both. And I wish them luck in their new position, wherever that is. Maybe they have some friends while they're there, they can talk to, sit next to them. You know, really, the dental board's a better place. We can send them with some parting cookies that say that. Anyway, I'll do my best to we can find. But thank you.
And thank you for staying on.
Yeah, please don't leave.
Seriously, guys. And that's what makes our LAR so important.
Yeah.
You know, to keep our team together. Yeah. We gotta keep the good thing going. Any other questions for Ms. Laura? So this is the easiest part.
Yeah.
The executives discussion on our executive director here. And I'd like to thank obviously Ms. Jones and Ms. Capel for their work on getting this together, as well as Dan Matthews for his technical expertise on getting the poll together too. And I trust the board members have read through the spreadsheet, and I personally agree with. Great job. Yeah, really good job on that. I agree with many of the comments that board members and staff have conveyed about Ms. Nichols, and like Ms. Jones to kind of go over some of that.
Sure. Do you need to go into an executive session?
Yeah,
For
I'll make a
this?
motion to move to executive session.
Can we do this?
Motion by Dr. Kears to go into executive session, seconded by Dr. Henderson.
Point of order to discuss.
Personnel.
Please.
Personnel.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
And actually seconded by Dr. McNeil. Sorry about that.
And then the time.
And the time is now 11:52.
Thank you.
All those in favor? It's unanimous.
Chris,
Just Ms. Nichols, we just want to thank you too for the exceptional leadership that you provided. It was a very good review. It was a positive feedback from both staff and board members in regards to the safe work environment that you create, the communication level that you're providing to staff and board members. And so we just want to thank you and commend you on your excellent leadership and know that we're here to support you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, and one review kind of summed up the best. It said that what makes you exceptional in your position is your background as general counsel and the historical knowledge of the agency that makes you perfectly suited to the ED position. And you just excel at so many things and run the board meetings without a glitch like today. And well-liked, godsend to the agency. And I'd also like to congratulate your new son.
Oh, thank you.
My sister Tabori.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yes, we have a great staff. Like you said, girl power and Chris. and really, like it's just great. We have such a good rapport going, and everybody works really hard and they work together. I mean, lots of nights and weekends, but I think we all feel like it's worth it. So I appreciate the feedback.
And you're very accessible. I know every time I call or text, you answer your phone immediately, and I appreciate that.
Sure, of course.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
2 kids, you know.
Yeah.
Please slow down. Oh, no, it's not security.
Or I'll rather be working.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, right.
So, yes, your leadership, I think all our other leaders, the licensing, legal, everybody there, it's a reflection, but it's also a team.
For sure.
approach.
For sure.
And, it's very obvious, for everyone. I know, like when I'm calling Warren and Christine and all of the questions and you all are on it. And I'm just very appreciative.
And Dr. McNeil brought a good point. So do you want to make that?
And just to add on to that, I think probably what you're referencing, we had a bunch of superstars and you've allowed them to flourish in doing what they could do. To your point, whether it's anesthesia inspections getting done, whether it's our complaint process getting more efficient, in the licensing expo, all these things are happening. And you've been good at being open to suggestions. You've refined my own opinion on various things, and I think various other board members. And that's critical to have for us. We don't want to get in your way with your roles and responsibilities, but we want to have an appropriate sort of interaction between board and you. And I think we found that. So thank you.
Thank you.
So it's so important to keep the team together.
Yeah, I agree. I would be lost without any of our directors. They're all amazing. I think you can tell. I think it shows in the work and the rapport that we all have, how well we all work together. We like each other. and I think that shows.
Same with the board members. We all get along. Can't break up this team.
In fact, some of us are carpooling.
You call her a car?
Well, small carpooling.
I did order the XL.
In order.
So any other comments about Ms. Nichols?
I just wanted to announce that I won't be here for the November meeting. We're hosting that's a small day on that Friday, but I can be in attendance virtually for the committee meetings.
Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it. Thank you all, board. Any announcements at all? Well, before we.
I did want to say one thing, because I have monitored the board for so many years. And it is really, truly a pleasure to see an executive director that gets along so well with the staff. And you are so pleasant with the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders, and you're very professional with all of the organizations. In the past, favoritism was always shown, and, it was not a good thing at all. And I definitely want to say that you have done an excellent job with all of that, and including all the rest of the staff. it's a true pleasure to see that happen.
You are actually one of the only board members who remains from when I was a staff attorney way back in the day for the board. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for staying on. Any comments or announcements at all?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So let's, before we end today's meeting, I'd like to just thank all the board members, staff, the memories here at Hobby also. This will be our last meeting here and remember it well. And with the move, change is agonizing and it's hard, it's rewarding and exciting. And, despite our change, the mission is still the same, which is to protect the public. And no matter what, we still have that mission. And, I think, thank you all for participation and your service. And it's exciting. I think we'll do well with it. So with that said, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Kirsch motions and Dr. McNeil seconds.
Quickly, second.
I don't want to end this. This is great.
You'll be fine.
This is my
You'll be fine.
last tally voting secretary.
Oh, let's do a roll call.
One last.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
At the time.
Go in the golf cart.